Mic check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2. Last check 1. Last check. Check 1 2 1 2.
Of our high schools, excited to see the collaboration between all the entities and then Board of Education along with our operations department getting that building constructed and completed. It's beautiful to say the least, but we're all excited for the next steps is getting kids in the building. So I wanted to go through, we had some questions about AP coursework and I was asked to bring some information about that. I brought some extra information based on some conversations as well that basically came a little bit after I put this into the board agenda. So I'm just going to add that to the discussion and I'll follow up with an email to you all with that in writing just so you can see it and digest it as well. There were some questions about the number of students that might not be taking an AP exam. Great question, because I wanted to know as well, like, do we have a systemic problem? Are there a lot of students not taking the exam that are taking the class? After looking into it, we only had 5 students at North Brunswick not take an AP exam that did take a class. We only had 4 at West Brunswick High School, 0 at South Brunswick High School. So a total of 9. There were 716 exams given in AP throughout the semester. Throughout the year. 9 out of 716 is only 1.1% that did not take it. So my recommendation for that is that we do not create a policy that would wrap around it. There was some reason for each of those 9 students, I'm assuming, that did not take it. Having taught AP myself and then having been a principal, things come up. One, a kid could have just been sick, couldn't make up the test on the makeup day. This percent is much smaller than the percent of students who just miss regular EOCs and CTE exams. So statistically, we're doing pretty well in terms of participation.
So were all the exams taken at South Brunswick?
Yeah, all the ones who took the class took the AP exam. Yeah.
So the test score doesn't come in until July or something like that?
The test scores, doesn't come in until July 5th. That was another question I had to answer on here.
And then, of course, the exam itself isn't part of the student grade for the course.
Correct. It cannot be just because we get it back in July 5th, usually is the first time that we see it.
So in essence, they don't have a final other than that test.
Typically, they'll have some sort of culminating project and or review packet. Most teachers do that. They'll have some sort of culminating project or review packet that brings in all of their work throughout the semester. And we do that, the project mainly because it's work that can be done after the AP exam. They take the AP exam that first 2 weeks of May. We don't get out until the end of May. Got to have something productive for the students to be working towards throughout. Most of them have a project that finishes out that year. So that they're culminated in something before the end.
So how many tests were there? How many exams? 900?
There was 716 last year.
Oh, I thought you said nine something.
No, so there were 9 students who did not choose to take it for some reason or another.
Okay.
Either they didn't think they would pass or whatever it might have been. Most teachers talk them into trying. I mean, they've been in the class the whole year. We want them to try to get the credit for the course at the college level. Remember,
How many credits were given?
I can kind of get
Three-
an estimate.
There were 3 credits.
There were 60, I think it was 67% passed the AP exam with a 3 or higher. Depending on the college that they go to, all of those students could qualify to receive at least an elective credit. If you go to a UNC system school, most of them 3 and higher will automatically count. 4 or higher typically gets you a course in that subject. So if I get a 4 or a 5, remember it's out of 5, so 1 and 2 not passing, 3, 4, 5 we consider passing. 3, typically UNC system schools give you an elective credit for. 4 and 5, they'll give you that actual subject. So if I took calculus and made a 4 or 5, I'm going to get my math 101 or something out of the way, and maybe something else.
I think the 5 will allow you to possibly take out 2.
Almost all,
Yeah.
UNC system schools.
Yeah.
Outside of the state of North Carolina, I can't tell you. Every state's a little different.
How should so if you take the final AP exam, you don't have to take that to get course credit
Correct, yeah.
for your high school graduation.
Yeah. So those
You have to
automatically
pass whatever, so there's another test. Well, let me ask you this. So if you pass the AP exam, do you automatically get course credit for it in high school? I mean, or does everybody take a test regardless of the AP exam? Does everybody take a classroom administered test by the teacher for?
Or a project.
Everybody has some sort of culminating project or final exam.
Okay.
It's just, the AP exam is strictly to see if you're going to get credit at the college level.
Yeah.
Whereas CCP, you pass the course, North Carolina at least, guarantees it in any of our UNC system schools. So we have to, as counselors, we have to be able to sell to parents and students mainly, which pathway do you want to take? And there's benefits to both. If I were to go into most any university and I want college credit, that's my end game. CCP is the better option. I mean, hands down. I mean, you're going to get a passing grade. You're going to get credit. You don't have to chance it on an AP exam. So we have to tell parents that CCP is the best. That's through BCC. Taking the college career promise courses. Those are going to be your best automatically.
And those
in
are
terms
now
of best.
weighted the same as the AP?
And that's why, before GPA was a factor with a 0.5 higher, kids that were playing that, which is almost all of those students playing the GPA game, always wanted to take AP over BCC classes. Now statewide, when they made that change, leveled the playing field of you making a decision now based on, in our advising, your career pathway. If I'm going into a math related field like engineering, I might want to consider the AP Calc route, AP Stat route, due to the level that they are going to prepare you for those college classes where you could, making a 5, possibly get out of 2 classes, that Math 101 and then also a calculus class. Whereas it's not completely promised it through
Is there a
CCP.
pass percentage a system ought to be shooting for?
I mean, we have been telling principals that it's, right now, if you take a CCP class, and that goes to all students, so this isn't just the same students that would take AP, all students. Right now, we had a pass rate of 87%. I mean, so you do the math, we're trying to tell our counselors and our principals, tell the parents, technically, you have an 87% chance of getting a college credit if you take a CCP class. We think most of those kids are going to pass, the ones that are thinking between AP and that. Whereas, I just told you the percent, 67% last year for AP to get a 3, 4, or 5 to have a chance of getting a college credit. I mean, you see where it weighs. I haven't been an AP teacher, and he finally, broke me down and made me realize a little bit more. I say broke me down, made me realize a little bit more of the end game with GPA changed. So now parents and students really have to consider which one's better for my kid, and it should be based on my career path.
Well, and people will talk about all kinds of other things, but I just come back. The purpose of these 2 choices is to earn college credits when you're in high school. That is the purpose of them. And so, to me, as a former high school principal, the only real reason to select AP over community college classes is if your plan is to go to an out-of-state university, because community college classes, most of them do not transfer to other states. So if you're planning, like your mom and dad went to Alabama or whatever, and you're planning to go to Alabama, you should take AP classes, because CCP is not going to transfer to Alabama. But other than that, with them both having the same weight of GPA, with the difference in success rate, now of course that 67% AP passing percentage, that's a percentage across the board. We have AP teachers whose pass rate is higher than that.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That.
But we also have them that are quite a bit lower than that. And, and my point with Mr. Pascal and high school principals is that, I mean, anytime we have an AP class that consistently has a passing percentage, meaning they're passing the test to earn college credit, which is why you took this class, if it's below 60%, surely we should be taking a look at whether we need to continue that or not. I mean, we've got to get better results than that. Otherwise, we should be counseling our kids to take career and college promise classes at the community college.
And what's the class size typically for AP classes?
It ranges. So a humanities class might have 25 to 35. Just depends on the period. Because it's honors level, we'll put more in there, but it's a lot more extensive grading and reading than so typically an on-level class. So the time to grade is a lot. So we don't try to overwhelm a teacher. But then for a math science class, you might get all the way down to 15 or even 12. That's where a principal has to really decide, if I'm gonna have a class of 15, is it worth the section in my schedule for having that low of a class size when other classes might have larger class sizes? Is it fair and equitable for everyone? So, because you have to make a decision.
Because certainly what benefits our students who are in standard level classes, who tend to be kids that maybe struggle a little more in that particular subject area, if they didn't struggle a little more, they would be in an honors level class. We want to make those class sizes smaller. And then our honors level and AP classes larger, because those students are not struggling as much. They won't need as much one-on-one attention. But for every AP course that you plug into the master schedule that has 15 kids in it, you're making those standard level, you have fewer sections of standard level classes, which means that they get larger. And so that, as a principal, when you're building a master schedule, I mean, you really have to weigh these things. And that's the reason why the community college classes are so valuable to us, because it allows our honors level kids to have that opportunity at the community college, while at the same time, we have the same number of teachers. We can make our standard level classes smaller by having more sections and have more face-to-face instruction, one-on-one instruction.
The AP courses are year-long courses, right?
Typically, they're split, but most of them are year-long. Yeah.
Which means that's another strain on your schedule.
Double whammy on the master schedule.
And we have the 13 student minimum still.
We don't have a policy or
I mean, that was always the goal.
the practice was over. Technically, I think it was over 12. So 13 or more was the goal. And typically, when I looked at the numbers, we are there, but still, you have to tell a principal. Like they all know, 12, 13 is really pretty small for the level of students you have in there. So what we're doing, and so that through this whole conversation, it's cued a lot of conversations with the principals. And I've got a list that we're going to be working through. We pulled data on pass rates with the actual the AP exam and did a correlation. So I did that over the past 2 weeks, did a correlation with the pass rate of the class. So if you made a D or higher in the class compared to whether you passed the exam, I've got a weak correlation there of 0.12. Those of you know, obviously I want it closer to 1. So there's little to no correlation between students passing the class and passing the exam. So that's something that we're going to be drawing a lot of attention to. It doesn't mean that everyone's not on par. It just means that the average is not where we want it. So that's a correlation that I've got to be able to show teachers now, because they need to see that. Am I grading too easy? Is that also probably what is leading to less than stellar AP scores? Like those are the conversations that we're going to be working through when training and talking with our AP teachers over the next few months. And principals are aware of it now. We did C or higher as well. If you made a C or higher, there's actually a negative correlation. So that's the opposite of what you want. So that means we're inflating our grades statistically compared to that of what the rigor of the exam is. Doesn't mean we're inflating our grades. Your rigor might be heavier than on-level class, but it's not matching the AP exam. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So I need to see, I believe we really need to see a correlation between that and the AP exam, if that's the end goal. Now, if I'm just trying to raise the rigor in a class, it sounds like I'm possibly on an honors level. If we're teaching our AP kids on an honors level, not a collegiate level, that's what we need to talk about. I have to dive in a little deeper with the teachers and see. And there's pockets of really strong correlation. So it's not like everybody, obviously.
And question about you talked about the GPA gain. If you're in an AP year-long course, in December, 4.5 instead of a 5.0 is plugged in to your GPA, correct? Instead of the 5.0, you don't get the 5.0 plug in until the end of the year.
Not quite.
So isn't it 4.5?
Yeah, it is on the honors class. I think you're thinking of, there are situations where we have a year-long section for a group of AP students. First semester might be honors level something. That is a lead into the AP class. That's probably where you might have seen that situation.
So like A-Push, U.S.
A-Push
history.
should have been.
Is that a 4.5 in
been
December, or is it 5.0?
No, 5.0.
Oh, the whole time. Okay, I see. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, but there were times like in biology, we usually get them to take an honors biology
And then go
they'll
into
take AP
the-
biology.
yeah.
That's where you might have seen a 4.0, a 4.5 at one point, and then a 5.
But also, I'm guessing that of your 33% failure rate, most of that falls within a course or title or teachers. A teacher has a lot of failures, or a couple.
Yeah, and those are the ones that we're going to be looking at. And the principals, I've already had a little bit of, I know we've had conversations with folks. They've been sharing that data with the teachers because I've gotten a lot of
Yeah,
questions and concerns
I
about whether they're
remember
going to have
having,
AP class.
when we put in AP US History, what was considered an outstanding teacher had a very high rate of failure in that course. Not in his grades, but the AP exam itself.
Yeah, and then that's what the conversations we're going to be having is where are we with the end result and where are we with the grades leading up to it? Is there a correlation? There should be a relative correlation to it.
So back to the correlation that you cited, you said a 0.12. Are you saying that 12% of the students in the class who got a classroom grade of D or higher, or 2 or higher, only 12% of those performed similarly in the exam?
No, it's a little different. I taught stats, so I'm gonna show you how horrible of a stat teacher I was. But, what we do is we do a scatter plot between the scores of the AP exam and the scores of the class, so the average score. I draw a linear regression line, just using a calculator or in this case I used Excel spreadsheet. And you can write a formula that tells me the difference between that correlation line, the average value, and the difference between each of the students that are off that line. In short, it gives me a value. And that value, I want it to be a strong correlation. I'd like to see an alignment between it. If there's a large difference, if it's close, if it's further away than the value we're looking for, then it means there's not a strong correlation, which means I need to really look into it further. Doesn't mean that all the teachers are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, or that they're inflating grades everywhere. It just means that something's off with the overall big data that I'm going to have to investigate a little bit further and see who's further off than the others.
Okay.
Like for me, the debate argument on all of this is just we have to remember the purpose of these classes. You take them in order to earn college credit. And a byproduct of taking a more difficult class is that if you do well in it, you get a bigger bump on your GPA. But the GPA is, we don't have AP classes just so kids can bump their GPA. That's not the purpose, because that comes from the classroom grade that goes into Power School. The purpose of having an AP class is to earn college credit when you're in high school. So to me, we come right back to this correlation. It's the expectation of rigor, really, for all of our classes. That if 90% of our kids are passing the AP class with a C or better, but less than 60% of them are passing the exam, which gives them college credit, then there's some kind of grade inflation or lack of alignment between the expectations in the class and what is required in order to do well on the test, unless the kids just aren't trying. But I mean, we can't, that's not, they signed up for the class for a reason. So to me, that's where then you have to look at other options. You have to look at the community college classes through CCP as a better option, because those courses do transfer to North Carolina system schools. And to me, that seems like the better option. But for me, across the board, even in core classes, a C means average, a B means above average, and A means excellent. The floor level expectation for us should be that, we want every kid to be proficient, to score proficient on the EOG at the end of the year. So the correlation I would expect to see is that, by and large, the kids that make a C in the classroom in Power School should make a level 3,
Right.
by and large, on the EOG. Now, not all of them, but most of them should make a level 3. And if they make a B, then that's more of a level 4. And if they make an A, then I'm looking for them to make a high level 4 or a level 5. That's the correlation we're looking for. If we're not seeing that, then we have to look at the expectations for grading in the classes. Are we inflating grades? I mean, and that doesn't mean there's some kind of nefarious purpose. It might just be something that over time, we've just kind of lost sight of what these grades are supposed to correlate to.
Absolutely, yeah. Nobody's meaning to grade in a way that isn't aligned to the test. They're maybe we just need to figure out, hey, what are you actually teaching to? Are you teaching the content to its fullest extent, to the rigor it needs to be? Well, this was mainly informational today. I just wanted to bring all the information to you that I'd seen over questions from a few of you individually. Hopefully ease your concern a little bit with the sheer volume of students maybe not taking it. Fortunately, most of our students who do spend the time in the class do take the exam. So that was good to see as well. I think a low percentage that's better than even our percentage of students that miss our EOCs sometimes in certain areas or subgroups. So, any final questions for this one? All right. Excellent.
Mr. Pasco, if you and Ms. White could just go ahead and do summer instructional accomplishments, I think y'all were going to do that together. Is that correct? Send us how you're already up there, I guess.
All right, I'm going to get us started, and Molly's going to step in for the other two sections of it, though. We wanted to give to you and it's a brief presentation, so obviously if you have follow-up questions, you always know, email either one of us or Superintendent Cole will get those answers to you. What you'll see here is us really modeling what we're asking principals to do, and they'll be doing with you all here shortly, reviewing briefly what they accomplished, so to speak, and also reflected on over the summer, and then the work that they put in over the summer in their school improvement plans, and some of that, the strategies and processes they're putting in place for this coming year. We wanted to do the same thing, give you a look into some of the summer work that we accomplished, that we're proud of, that we're excited about, that you all had a big part in leading up to the summer as well, and then show you some of the big key elements that you're going to be seeing this year. So, all right. So just as a district-wide reflection, some of the big achievements from last year, and obviously you all were a part of all of this in some way, the 5-year strategic plan. Proud to have it ready to go and really talking through it in all of the levels and schools and directors meetings. We bring it up on a regular basis. We have our mission and vision, just like you saw on the first slide here. That's at the beginning of almost all of our meetings now, and or at least PLCs. We have those listed. So we're always referring back to the strategic plan. When I have folks asking me, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? A lot of times we are naturally asking, does that fit under X? Does that fit under Y? Can you explain that? Can you put that on the presentation? So we're going back to that strategic plan a lot. We also saw significant gains in improvement in targeted areas in teacher working conditions survey. Superintendent Cole listed those last week at the board meeting. We've talked through them with staff as well, and then principal meeting and retreat. We talked through all the elements that schools really worked hard on. Superintendent Cole focused on when he came in, and to see the benefit of that so quickly was impactful. So huge achievement there. I'll do the bottom one briefly, but along with our HR department, Ms. Brosey here, and working with the principals and our team collectively working together, our staffing vacancies has decreased, and proud to see that in so many areas. A lot of that also has to do with some of the changes you all made last year leading up to this point with some of the bus driver changes and different policy workarounds as well. So excited to see that. I would like for Molly to explain briefly as well the Common Instructional Framework. Really proud of that work this summer.
Okay, so this was one of the goals for our strategic plan, and we were excited to be able to accomplish this before we started work days and professional development with principals and staff. So not going to read through all of it here. There are going to be multiple versions of this. You'll see this is the meat of the document, but then we'll have things that schools can use to turn into posters and things like that. So we're working through the process, but this is the content as it will stay. So you can see we have multiple components that are going to be part of the work that we do, and this will be throughout all 5 years of the strategic plan. The thing I think we're most excited about is this is common language for us instructionally. Everyone is expected and will be using this language across the entire district K-12. It's not grade span specific, it's what we know is best practice, and there's a lot of research behind it. The first component is the instructional core values, and those are the things that we know that all students can learn, and that together as a community we can move students and have growth with that. You'll see a hyperlink for each of these. If you'll just click the first one, and we'll just look at that quickly. These are going to be the support documents that go with each component. So the first thing in the instructional core values is the belief in student potential, that all students can learn and grow academically. And then you'll see there'll be areas of resource below that. So the most important thing is our teachers need to know this is an expectation out of their teacher evaluation tool. And so that's listed there. And then we'll have the NC STAR indicators. We're about to have some change with that, so we're going to wait on that. And then the FAMS is our connection to the MTSS self-evaluation tool. And then we'll link research in this particular area, any professional development, and any articles that administrators can use with their staff. So if you'll head back to the And then the next component, and I'll just quickly share those, is planning. And that's going to be the expectations for preparing for the instruction that's going to happen, which is the next piece. And in instruction, then we have how that delivery from plans. And these will be things that'll be looked for through walkthroughs on both of these areas. So we have a monitoring component as well that over the months we'll share with you what that looks like and a connection back to the Common Instructional Framework. And of course we have assessment, but we also add feedback that's added here. It's very important for our students as they're assessing. We were just talking about all those things. As we go through, we need to know they need to be receiving support in how to improve and grow within the assessments they take. And so that feedback is important. And then it's important for us as professionals to have a reflective practice. So we do things like look at data. We do goal setting. We have professional learning communities and PD that we work through. So that all falls under that reflection on our planning and our instruction. So we kind of feel like that covers what is best practice in our schools. If we stick with these things instructionally, we know that we'll be keeping our eye on the prize and working towards the kind of growth that we want, which is, for example, the strategic plan that all of our schools are meeting or exceeding growth. You can go back to that PowerPoint.
I have a question. In the area of planning, with us adopting a new math curriculum, I believe you already had a scope and sequence you were using.
Yes.
I'm assuming this curriculum is not a match.
Yeah. So I'm going to get to that in just a second from our summer work as well, and then you can see kind of the results of that.
And we'll keep going back to the Common Instructional Framework. That was a big piece of what we worked on this summer. So a lot of what we're doing in professional development throughout this week and also moving into the year is going to go back to that. So just like the strategic plan was created so that we all keep a focus overall in operating the school system back into what matters, the Common Instructional Framework dials into what it looks like in the classroom. So I'm going to be reaching into that a little bit too.
When you say this is what we spent a lot of time working on this summer, are you talking about working with the school level administrators in
The process. Yeah.
and
So
or are you talking about just putting this framework together? So what did you work on this summer?
Yes. So basically the start of that was the development of the framework. So did a lot of research exploring other frameworks throughout the state, but also throughout the country, and kind of pulled what were good matches of things that we worked on as a district for priorities, and kind of came down to these 4 areas. So once the first draft was written, then we went through the feedback process. So the first place, I brought it to cabinet just to kind of share with that, and then it went to the instructional team, and then we made some revisions with that. And then it went to the school principals and assistant principals as the next level of review. We kind of went through an activity to give feedback on the language of that. And then it's in with teachers right now and obviously that's a lot of information. And so, they have access to it, but we'll be focusing on particular parts and particular professional development sessions for our teachers. One thing I'll just say, like for example, with the adoptions that we have, that planning piece, we talk about them annotating from the teacher's manual, right? So they most use the teacher's manual that's online, but they also have a hard copy as well. And so they're looking just to make sure that these components are here. They might look at things like questioning. That is one of our priority areas. And maybe they feel like in that particular lesson, the questioning isn't rigorous enough. Or maybe something happened in a previous day and they feel like they have to come back and circle to something that's not necessarily in that plan. And so they're going to annotate in the plan with that. They don't have to have a separate lesson plan where they're repeating what has already been written with them. We did that with Wit and Wisdom this past year and kind of worked through that process, and it worked very well because we want to make sure that our teachers are staying with the fidelity of the curriculums that we purchased, but also being reflective, which is that last component as well, as they're working through with the kids that are sitting in front of them.
And this is all to make sure that the same thing is happening in each school.
Yeah, and these are all very high yield strategies,
Right.
that they are not new. These are not new things for educators.
Yeah, nothing in this common instructional framework is edgy or super innovative.
Right.
This is all
Intentional,
foundational.
yeah.
Yeah, this is all foundational benchmark practices that have been found to be high yield strategies based on John Hattie's research and Robert Marzano's research, which is like foundational research from the last 20 years. And but the point is to get it together in writing and say, this is the way we do things in Brunswick County
it's an
schools.
accountability.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's putting
And
the
I think-
expectations out there so people
Yes.
know what the expectation
Right.
is for the accountability.
And then we've built, and I'm probably stealing a little bit of thunder,
No,
but
it's okay.
we've built a walkthrough observation tool that all of our administrators as well as us will have access to. There's an expectation of completing so many walkthrough observations per week. And all we're doing is collecting data on how much we're seeing these things across the board. And then we use that data to guide our professional development activities, like what are teachers using? If they're not using something on a regular basis, then is it because they don't really feel comfortable using it? They don't understand how, they don't like it, whatever it is. But then we can solve that problem and fix it.
And I think the common language is crucial. I think when you're all speaking the same language and moving in the same direction, we talk about that all the time, like with math, for example, from grade. Our teachers need to use the same math language, because when you don't, it's like reteaching something and they actually already have a better understanding than you think. So I'm thrilled about that we've kind of put that common language in everyone's hands and said, these are our priorities.
Well, what I like about this also is the measurables you build into it to also get us out of that kind of COVID mentality that's still hanging around and lurking in the being on the computer all the time. Now engaging the feedback with the students is important to not only engage what they're learning, but to reinforce it.
Yes. We're very excited.
Well, and it also gives the board the opportunity to understand the language as well. I mean, like, for example, underneath instructional core values in the Common Instructional Framework, the last bullet point is grading alignment, aligned to the standard course of study. I mean, we just got finished having a conversation about an area in our school where we've found a deficiency in grade alignment to the standards. And we need to fix that. I mean, because that is a detriment to our students. So just having that language there and a definition of what grade alignment means to us in Brunswick County Schools allows us to have the conversation.
And now things like that are in a document that everyone's shared. They know the rules, they know the game, and now we can start working with them on that.
So where are the teachers in regard to this new
Yeah,
framework?
so they just had their first exposure since they
I-
came back.
I would have
It was,
assumed,
yeah,
yeah.
it was integrated through their professional development, both at the school-based level. So when they had on Wednesday their back-to-school meetings, most administrators included that as part of one of the things that they reviewed in our back-to-school with the strategic plan. So those two things together, because I think it's a really great way to show already that the strategic plan is living, right? It's our first artifact that is ready to go and live for everyone. And I think it shows our commitment to that process. So most principals from their agendas for their back to school meetings I saw incorporated that together I don't know, Ms. Rosey, I believe you were one of them that looked at both of those under back to school days as well. And then we had professional development days. So, let's see, last Thursday was everyone from K-12. So then our presenters that had instructional presentations, weaved these in there as well. So this is a long-term exposure, and I think you just made the great point. The conversation that we just had is immediately connected back to this. Everything we talk about instructionally should come back to this, and we'll keep making those connections as we go, and then this is just going to be part of what we do, because that's the ultimate goal. Is these are our practices that are in every classroom, throughout the day, is held as the ones that are going to help us achieve the goal that we all want, which is for all of our schools to meet or exceed growth.
And the outcomes that we're looking for directly related to this framework are what? Proficiency, growth? I mean, what?
Yes.
The outcomes are in the 5-year plan, right?
Right. So it's directly what we have as our measures for. I guess in the strategic plan is the bottom of the first page, and then they're all on the back as well.
Yeah, this, reading from the strategic plan, goal 1.1, under that goal, one of our key items was create a framework for instruction to guide instructional improvements and training at the classroom level. To just show you the emphasis we take on, obviously, instruction, we jumped on that one this summer right after.
It's the most important thing we do. It's why we're here.
Right. But simply put, we will know the effectiveness of this new framework and instructional approach based on,
The results of our schools.
okay,
If these are the
school grades,
high yield strategies,
proficiencies.
yes, proficiencies.
Okay.
Grade level proficiencies.
all the
So what-
things that we're graded on,
Grade level proficiency and growth.
growth,
Yes,
yeah.
what
Okay.
Superintendent Cole talked about. The research says these are the things that have the highest yield to make the goal that we want. It also lets us directly address when these things are not being done.
Right, so with that, we talked about the common instructional framework and what that looks like overall throughout the summer. I just wanted to point back to some of the items that you all had a huge part in and are still working through, obviously, today. But some of the work this summer is around informing and making sure that our parents are aware and our principals are talking through and our counselors are explaining the attendance expectations as well. That's a huge part of our summer work. And then the instructional focus work sessions, we call them summer instructional meetings, but we went around and Molly and Mr. Cole went to literally every single school. I was there for most of the middle school and all the high school, obviously. But we went to every school and had a summer instructional focused meeting. And in that time, we worked through all of the elements that pertain to that school, and all the way from Bell's schedule to managing some of the new changes that we're putting in place for instructional focus, what their instructional focus is, what are their PD plans, all of that. They worked through with us so that they had our team there to know that we're here to support. And now that we have a good focus on what they're working on as well, in line with where we are, how can we help? So it was a great time. It was well spent time, and at all of the schools, we had that throughout the summer. And then particularly in the high schools, quite a few changes coming into this year. In terms of achievement coming out of last year, we did have some, we were able to share a little bit of that in the closed session since it is embargoed still, but we did have some increase in proficiency scores in key areas. CTE was definitely one of those, and we had an increase in CTE credentials attained. Some challenges that we found throughout the work last year, me being new in my role and Superintendent Cole coming in with his laser focused vision of making sure that we're working together on the same common curriculum, student engagement, that we are working on attendance, and in some way that was some of the challenges we'd seen. So you can see how that ties into a lot of the work that we did in the last slide of what we're working over the summer on. And then what we're identifying is our focus. We sent out a memo to all the teachers, and not just the admin, but all the teachers from central office, explaining a lot of the changes and how it goes in line with what you're seeing there. Collaboration, PLCs, we've got clear expectations of those. Making sure that now with our instructional coaches and then myself, principals and APs, that they're working on curriculum adoption. And then what does that MTSS support look like at the high school level? So with the flex time that we have added to our bell schedule, that's that extra 30 minutes time that we've carved out so that students can have more intentional intervention time and or advancement time. And that's strategically done with a software that makes it much easier for principals nowadays to make that happen. We shortened it from the pilot group that was doing it for an hour and a half down to this very laser focused 30-minute time as well. And they're going to be working through that in the first few weeks. So excited to see them working in there. And then improved in engagement and attendance. Your help with the policy and also the cell phone policy changes is going to help with the focus and intention and engagement along with attendance this year. We hope to see a lot of results increased through all of these efforts.
So the flex time is 30 minutes at each high school
Yes.
this year?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. And then in terms of just where we align, I won't go into it too much more because Molly did a great job explaining through how it is K-12, so it's not just one level or another. But we're aligning it at the high school with our lessons now. So our instructional coaches received the framework a little bit earlier. So when they did the summer work with each of our core subjects, when they had teachers come in and start working on lesson plans and pacing guides, the expectation is now that all courses in the high school have a common curriculum that they are completing together in a common pacing guide now that is the totality of the material and standards that they need to reach are going to be common. So the remaining 80% is where a teacher has the autonomy in their classroom to really fluctuate as the needs of the students come up. But that is a rough estimate to explain to them. They should be able to reflect on how much they're off or on, I guess, the curriculum, so to speak. But the instructional coaches for all 4 core subjects have created this plan for them. There is a common pacing guide for all those core subjects now. There's a lot of questions as to how closely aligned they need to be now, because we've also created the bottom one there, common curriculum in terms of the assessments as well. So you already knew we talked about CMAs, the Common Mastery Assessments at the end of the semester for all courses that don't have EOC, a state level test, or a proof of learning like CTE. But now we're implementing CCAs. Those are common cumulative assessments. There's going to be 2 of those in each semester. So now there's 3 touch points for us to be able to see how a Math 2 class that doesn't have an EOC, how are they doing, and then collaborating together with the instructional coach and their team across the district. How are my students doing compared to yours? And where am I hitting the mark and where am I missing it? And now we have a little bit closer interval to make changes so that we're not waiting until sometimes what we call lag measures are at the very end. What are the lead measures? CMAs are just the lag measure. What are the lead measures? CCAs or unit test that I can work through and change my practice. All coupled with the instructional framework, we should be able to see a little bit more focused in terms of who's hitting the mark, who may not be, and in what area.
So at the high school level, with the complexity of the master schedule, how do you do PLCs for, let's say, biology teachers?
Okay.
Yeah, so each of the principals were tasked with attempting to get a common planning block for all 4 tested subjects. And I think for almost every subject, almost every teacher has a planning block now. It's not always possible with students with disabilities. We have IEPs that needed students with co-teaching. There's just a few areas in each core subject that was still a little difficult to fit in. We can only have band once a day, overall. So if kids wanted it 4th period, so there's a few nuances where teachers had to be outside of that. But for the most part, all principals were trying to create a common planning block that they could work together. And most of the teachers in that PLC for the tested subject have that planning block.
I guess with fewer tested areas than we used to have, I guess you might be able to reach that.
Yeah, it's actually easier than, whenever we had NCFEs, it was not possible.
So I mentioned earlier John Hattie's research, which is like benchmark research on what makes the biggest difference in student learning. And the number 1 strategy that makes the biggest difference in student learning, according to his research, which is like this mega study of thousands and thousands of other studies, is collective teacher efficacy. And all that means is they're going to be stronger as a team than they are as individuals. Okay, that's the number one difference maker in the quality of instruction and student learning outcomes. You cannot work as a team if you don't have common rules and common tools. And so without a common pacing guide, without a common curriculum, without a sort of a written set list of best practice teaching strategies, you don't really have a lot to talk about when you get them together. And that's kind of where we were. We didn't have common curriculum. We didn't have a common instructional framework. We didn't have a common pacing guide, and we didn't have assessments in a lot of the areas. Like, a lot of people don't realize this, but most of the teachers at any high school are teaching subjects that do not contribute to the school grade.
Right.
I mean, most of the school grade comes from 3 subject areas, and which is not fair and is not something that I agree with the state accountability model, but I'm not in charge of the state accountability model. But I think it's important that any subject that we offer, that of course is a graduation requirement, should have an assessment. So there's some accountability on what they're learning and what they're not. So we've been working on behind the scenes over this summer and starting back last year, building these foundational things and involving our teachers and principals in this as well. You know, and there's always a certain amount of pushback because everyone wants independence and autonomy. But my viewpoint, and I've shared this many times, is that independence and autonomy is earned. You know, if you're 80% proficient and meeting or exceeding growth every year, then keep doing what you're doing. But if you're not at that level, then we got to work together as a team to get better for the benefit of the students. And in order to work together as a team, we have to have common foundational materials like this.
And then to piggyback off of that, there are some teachers that might be reaching that 80% or at least 70%. They don't get to silo themselves off though and not help out the team. It's when the team reaches that 70 to 80% that we're telling principals and that we make sure we echo to teachers. So we want your expertise, in other words. If you've got a teacher knocking it out of the park at 70 to 80%, what are you doing? Now how can we replicate it? So,
That's right.
that's what this is allowed.
All right.
So the CCAs are,
Common cumulative assessments.
and that will apply principally in high schools?
That's any high school class that doesn't have an EOC or state exam because they have check-ins already that we can really start using more with a common.
So a CCA for world history, is that going to be the same exam at all 3 high schools?
It will. So it's basically a
it's-
benchmark. Yeah.
okay.
And it this semester, just a caveat, it will not start this semester because we just informed them that this was the expectation. Obviously, when they came back, we didn't want them working over the summer. We started in some of the key areas. So a lot of the areas have them, mainly science. A lot of their summer work was that. But the expectation is next semester, all of them have.
Yeah, and have we created these CCAs in-house, or is that something that
We're working with a lot of our material that we purchased for them. So some of it's like a common lit that we paid for English 2 last year, just starting last year. That's going to help us out in the assessments for our English 2 and English 1. So yeah, the answer is we're going to help create that with some tested material. So research-backed material.
sounds good?
So for middle school and elementary school, which I'll share on the page, I did want to share with you today is our our second KA Professional Development Day. So you'll see a lot of our directors aren't here with us, and so there's a lot going on in our K-8 land today that kind of impacts some of these things. This is the second of their 4 days of professional development. So in regards to our middle schools, as you thankfully did, we have a new middle school math curriculum. We had one previously that we adopted, so kind of what Mr. Pascal's going through are steps that we've been working at in kindergarten through 8th grade. So we're in pretty solid shape this past year with language arts. We've been with a common curriculum in math for quite a few years, and we're now just filling our gaps in kindergarten through 8th grade. So very excited to have that go through. I think the pace was wonderful. We're going to use, and the steps we took, we received a lot of good feedback about the process, so we're going to mirror that across all of our adoptions that we use for our K-8 adoption that ended up being iReady for math. And then we were this year, for the first time over the past 6 years, at 5 of our 6 schools, we were fully staffed, and I know we alluded to that on the first slide, but just want to say what a difference that makes in having us be able to do the things that we talked about, like the collective teacher efficacy and those kinds of things. It's immeasurable what that does, but when we are fully staffed, the stress that takes off of other staff members that we've been hearing about the past few years is really impacted. So it was our most stable year since I've been in this position in middle school in regards to staffing, except for one school, and it was specifically at one grade level, and they really kind of struggled with that this year. In regards to tiered support for staff as a focus, that was something that we have started in middle school, and what that means is we look at our folks that need the most support to the ones that we were just talking about that have 80% of their kids that are achieving benchmarks and final goals in the classroom. We need to make sure that we're supporting them now that we have that staff. Obviously, teachers that are residency or beginning teachers out of new programs are our priority. If we have teachers that have not been successful in the content they teach, they move up into priority as well. We also started last year monthly school-based instructional meetings, which means every month Tiffany George, who is our middle school director, and myself, the principals and the instructional coaches, we all meet to review the progress. We have new data, we look at our tiered teachers. So I say all this to say that we kind of in K-8 do things systematically. So we have goals, and then we have times that we check in on those goals with that. As you can imagine, a big priority for those meetings will be the Common Instructional Framework and how that's progressing. We asked at retreat for each admin team to plus delta next to each of those things. So where do they think are strengths for their schools, and where are the things that they think they need work? Because the work we do has to be specific to that school's talent in the building. It is not, even though it's a common instructional framework, how we're going to hit it is going to be school by school based on where the strengths and weaknesses are for that school. We will also be conducting an ELA adoption this year, and as I said, we're going to follow the same process that seemed to work really well for us this year, and we've just started that. I'm reaching out to our regional friends to see what they have in place and what their experiences have been. And then, of course, we've got the 6-8 student support specialist, which is really K-8, and I'm just going to talk about that now for both of them. Dr. Baker is going to be the lead for this group of 15. We met with them last Thursday together to talk about their priority work and start to build that relationship. And I do want you to know, we're calling them the $1 Million Club, because that's what that initiative is, and we want them to understand the commitment that we're making as a district to our schools through these positions. We're very excited about that work that they'll be doing, which is essentially going to help free up some of our other people to do things that should be a priority for them. This summer, we almost hit the 300 mark with registered students before the first day for our summer bridge. It was 6th graders, except for at Town Creek, it's 5th graders, and then we don't have, Waccamaw does not have a transition, so they don't have a bridge program. We had 70.7% average daily attendance. It was like 60 last year. We are thrilled that we had the kids, coming the majority of the time. This is a really a strong indicator that this was a program that they wanted to be at. It was 8 days over a 2-week period. So obviously you have people with vacations and things like that. You didn't have to come for all of it. You come when you can. And then we had 69% of the students attended at least 80% of those days. So that's really then says, that we had that commitment from those families. So this is something, we have now an evaluation process for Summer Bridge. I'm going to take the first quarter assessment data and basically pull these 300 kids that participated, focusing on that 69% that were there 80% of the time, to see what kind of an impact it has on their first quarter results. And then we also send a survey to parents at the end of first quarter, because a lot of Bridge is about getting kids comfortable with middle school, being in their school, learning about PBIS and those things. We have a blend of academics with it, but the social adjustment is a big part of that 2 weeks.
The instructional days, what type of instruction?
So what we do is we do pre-teaching from first quarter. So we prioritize language arts and math, and they took the standards that they would be covering basically through the end of September, essentially, and starting to get the kids exposure to those standards. So kind of a preventative measure is the best way.
A head start.
I was just gonna say, we took our vitamins this summer.
Well, I know the dropout between 5th and 6th is tremendous. Anything that helps.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, you know, hitting almost 300 kids in the summer, you know, with parent choice. We did provide transportation though. I'm really impressed that we reached there. This was always my goal as the first benchmark, and then to continue to grow it.
How many 6th graders do we have?
It's, so when you pulling out Waccamaw with that, I'm gonna say, so probably 9, 20, so about a third of them participate. Don't take that exact number. I can get that if you need that detail.
I gotta tell you, my own kid participated in this,
Thank
and
you.
it was great.
Thank you.
She did it South, and you know, even just her coming home and having the discussions during summer about school and what she learned and her excitement, to me, that was the payoff, was just getting her back in the mindset of talking about school, and the social aspect, I think, was a big part of it too. And I think for a lot of these 6th graders, going from elementary school where literally their hands are being held almost the whole day, to where now they're not, and that's why we have behavioral issues at the middle school level, as they start to get these freedoms and responsibility, and we're learning the students who can't handle those freedoms and responsibilities. And so I think the way, and I never went in the building, but I think the way it was handled at Summer Bridge kind of initiated them and showed them some of that, to where now on the first day of school, for the students who didn't go, they're almost the leaders in their building, right? They know their way around the school, they know some of the staff. I love that the cell phones were collected as soon as they walked in the door in the morning. And I don't know if that was at all the buildings, but I mean, Ms. Rose, if you want to add, I mean, you ran a program this summer, so we'd love to hear your viewpoint too.
Yeah, no, we had almost 100 kids, I think,
They had the largest.
that did between Summer Bridge, and then we had a cougar camp for a day at the end of Summer Bridge. And we had a lot of success. We knew we were gonna collect cell phones this year in preparation for if we become a school that has the pouches. We just don't want to, you know, we wanna go ahead and get in that mindset. And so we did collect phones, just like they'll be doing on the first day of school. And they gave a tiny bit of pushback at the beginning.
I was going to say, was there any crying and gnashing of teeth over that? Or?
Kids trying to hide phones and things
yeah.
like that, but, you know, over time, they figured it out, and by the end, nobody, and that was only 8 days, nobody was fighting it, so, but the kids seemed to have fun, the activities that were planned were really engaging.
Yeah. And you can see there's, I put in the notes there's also a STEM elective that they did, that they participate in as well. And so we're really trying to get that interest of our kids in some of those possible careers and those kinds of things in the STEM areas. So very pleased with that. I'll have more information to share as I kind of collect then outcome data from this.
So the goal is to increase this year by year. I heard some really good things in the community about it.
That's wonderful. Yeah, it will now have to be a budget request. So we have used COVID dollars for this. So what I will do is, you know, work with the principals to come up with a proposal when we go through our normal process in January, seeing that we have the benefits of it.
Yeah.
And Molly, you were right, 31%, 968 kids, 296 went, 31% of our.
Thank you.
The
Thanks, Mr. Matt.
instructors were the instructors they'll have in those schools?
So we prioritized, when they did the hiring, they prioritized their 6th grade teachers that would be there, but then we had other teachers that participated and taught STEM and did things like that. It's obviously, they were compensated for this, but it's a volunteer opportunity for everyone involved. And to have that kind of turnout and commitment and attitude about it is just really exciting. So the next thing is just really, I'm not going to go into details of this because we've really talked a lot about this, but with the curriculums, we have to look at pacing and resource usage. We did in middle school, we have these were pre-existing documents that we had to do what Mr. Lemon was talking about, specifically make adjustments based on either new curriculum or new standards or those kinds of things. So we had 4 summer middle school instructional teams that were led by the instructional coach with teachers in our school that teach these areas. And they did some really comprehensive work that then was presented last Thursday, and then, like I said, today as well. They're finishing up that work. In regards to middle school, the only data that is not, I'm sorry, elementary, excuse me. In regards to elementary, the only thing that is not embargoed is M-Class. I'm going to talk about and present that in a minute. But I do want to highlight, I know when we were talking about high school, we were talking about that 70-80% sweet spot. So I just want to celebrate that again this year we were at 74% of our students met benchmark. And I'll talk about what that means when I do my presentation on M-Class with that. But that means that our students in K3 are trending in that 70 and above percent at benchmark consistently. We obviously, our goal for this is to get this to 80%. We feel like with kind of the next layer of, if you remember when we talked about Wit and Wisdom, we talked about Grace and Pace last year because it was a new curriculum for them. The best thing about Wit and Wisdom, if you've spoken with any about it, is each module follows the same pattern. So it's very predictable from the teacher point of view and the student point of view. So now that they see that, it'll move along. So we're really going to monitor pacing this year and make sure we did through the summer instructional meetings that Mr. Pascal referred to. We made sure that each school had adequate time for literacy instruction to meet the demands of the expectations for K5 literacy. I explained to your support staff we are doing that in elementary for the first time. We're also going to highlight some classrooms when we get that final EVAS data as well for our teachers to visit some high priority or high impact classrooms as well. We did not have the monthly instructional meetings, and so we are moving to those. Part of that came in middle school because our instructional coaches move around where each elementary school has their own. But with all of the initiatives, we need to have a touch point where we're making sure our schools are getting the support they need and that we're kind of able to pivot on a regular basis to provide that support. And then I talked about the student support specialist. Obviously, that is a huge impact for these schools as well. Let me just say one thing about this that you probably will hear about. IST is the individual student team where we look at kids who are not progressing with interventions, and so we amp things up a little bit. These specialists are going to take over that role, which is something between our counselors and our instructional coaches have been doing. It's very time consuming, and so we're really excited to have somebody focused on that specific tier of instruction as well. Anybody have any? There we go. All right. 3rd grade summer reading camp we basically had 29% of them that reached grade level proficiency. So that is not like Bridge. We do not invite all students. There's pathways that have to happen, and you invite the students based on their lack of proficiency, quite honestly. And so what we have is 29% of those actually met proficiency through that. So we're excited that those kids were kind of approaching grade level and are now there. In regards to this program, it's longer. It runs over a 4-week period. We have a much harder time with attendance with it. We have very strict guidelines on what is offered through literacy, because that is the reason why the kids are there. So 69% of the kids, though, that attended had 80 instructional days, and it was about 300, I think, together. So we will have kind of a monitoring of these students throughout the year. We came across some readings last year at the end of summer reading that we changed in regards to how the kids are doing some of their phonics, and so we made some adjustments with that. We kind of hope to see some change. That 29% is already higher than what it was last year, so we're feeling pretty optimistic about it.
Question. So the summer reading camp are for non-proficient readers from the
Yes.
third grade?
They either were not proficient or they didn't pass through a pathway.
Okay. And you said there were 300 of them in the program?
I've got to pull. I thought I had the number in here. I'm sorry. I'll send you what the exact number was
Okay.
by school.
Are you targeting the high twos, trying to get them to
So we
threes?
invite everyone, every
Okay.
student that is either not proficient or didn't meet a pathway.
Okay.
So I'll give you an example. A pathway would be a student that has a disability in reading, might have an exemption with that. We still invite those kids with that, but in regards to who you have to invite, and then if a student is in the country for their first year as
Okay.
well, they have a pathway as well.
So
I thought I had that in there.
if I'm understanding what your numbers, then maybe 100 third graders are now proficient who were not proficient.
I don't think it's that many, so I'm gonna pull that with you. I'm sorry, I think I had a third bullet there, so let me get that in and I'll push that out to you all as well.
But it's 29%.
Yes, of those.
Of
Of the
those
ones that
enrolled.
came.
But I
Mhm.
thought we said that about 300 were enrolled.
Let me not say and just get that
Okay.
exact number to you. I know I have.
How many
that
different
number.
schools did this occur in?
It's all elementary.
Pardon?
It's all elementary, all 10. All 10 from kids are invited, and then there are 4 locations.
Okay, there are 4 locations.
Yeah.
So in Wit and Wisdom, they were on their own pace for the first year.
So we followed the pacing of the module. It was just how many modules that they got through was different for different.
So now the goal is at least 4 modules.
There are 4 modules, and so
Oh, that's all of them.
Yeah, there are 4 modules. Those are module 0. That's kind of the introduction and things like that. That'll go faster in the upper grades this year. But yeah, through those modules, then there'll be more exposure, repetitive exposure to standards, because that's how it works in language arts.
So the summer reading camp, is that funded differently? Because there's busing and there's like all kinds of.
It is, yes, and it's reoccurring fund. It's through
Okay.
the Reach to Achieve legislation.
Okay.
And that's something that I'll kind of allude to a little bit too when we're in the next component. So these are all legislative requirements and reporting and those kinds of
Okay.
things.
Yeah, we get a state budget for that.
Yeah.
I thought you did.
And it is, that has been decreasing, unfortunately, because we really like to have second and first graders as well. So that might be a proposal that we look at, because in our opinion, third grade's kind of late. But it's
Are you
it's
getting pushback about Wit and Wisdom being too
to what?
hard?
The rigor, I think at the end of the year, people felt more comfortable with it when they had been through, like I said, the repetition of it and kind of the exposure of that. It is more rigorous.
Yeah, I knew it was.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things, though, that our teachers selected. Our Amplify the Other Choice
Yeah.
was not as rigorous, and they had concerns about that. The writing specifically is what I think is really going to be the game changer.
It needs to be with our 10th grade scores.
Yeah. And then we also went through curriculum and pacing as well, and I put in here just a little bit of information about that the goal is with all 4 modules. And then, and we just looked at that pacing again. We always, when we have something new, we keep revisiting it until we've kind of felt that we've got the right attention to things. And then with iReady, with math, we obviously had to look at our previous pacing to match with this as well. So both those teams met and did some really nice work.
So what pace are we using, the pace for benchmarks,
Check-ins.
check-ins?
So what we had, it was wonderful. Was it last year, Amanda, that check-ins, we got flexibility with the windows? Or has that been 2 years?
So we've had it for a while, but we've started maximizing
Yeah.
it. in the
So we are looking at the instruction and when the right time is to assess on those standards. Obviously, with language arts, things are more cyclical. With math, though, we have some that we pushed a little farther in certain grade levels because of the pacing. We know in iReady, the work that they did in their research was on that pacing. So we wanted to make sure that we matched that as well. So that's been an interesting part of our conversations, is finding the balance with that to make sure that the data that we get from the check-ins is valuable to our staff. So it is, it's different at each grade level, and we've been kind of mostly consistent. So, any other questions? Okay. Well, thanks, Pascal, for pinch hitting for me this morning. I was obviously trying to wrap up the situation quickly. We're a little low with all hands on deck today.
And I know I use the term brief, but there's a lot that goes on in the summer. I think that's relatively brief, all right?
All right, so the next thing that we have, we go through this every year, the federal consolidated grant application. I am pinch hitting for Dr. Baker, who is presenting today to our K-8 staff with this. No changes. We use what's called CCIP, which is the online grant management system. I think Sherry's been.
She just came in.
Okay.
I just walked in, but you're doing fabulous.
She didn't know she was going to make it. So we'll go through this quickly. You have a document that was attached to this. Dr. Baker tried twice to pull out the information. We're going to, hopefully, I tried to check it again this morning with that. I'm going to send, this is for consent, so I'm going to try to send you another better, more readable version of that. But essentially these are the same components. There is no change to any of the parts or I think the biggest exciting thing that we were able to change in the application process is to talk about our common instructional framework. And we did include that in there. But essentially, this provides a lot of our funding for our personnel. We have a lot of staff that is purchased through these federal funds. And so essentially, when you look at Title I with that, I would say just something that's noteworthy about that process is, and Sherry can speak to that probably when she's working through things with federal budgets throughout the year, but we got a big hit there this year. We are receiving fewer Title I funds than we ever have received historically.
And what's the reason for that?
So there was to the state, it was reduced, and then obviously that gets pushed down to us.
The state took a smaller portion of the pie from the federal government, so they just proportionately.
What's that based off of?
I don't know that. I can find out, but I don't know that.
Title I's not an income-based
No.
federal programs. So when we talk about, that's schools, don't we?
I know what you're thinking, that all of our schools qualify. You qualify as a Title I school based on your,
So this is a different Title
no, it's, we aren't,
The way the dollars are configured from the federal side to the state.
right, it goes to the state first and then the state pushes to us.
So we qualify based on,
A kid would qualify, or we would qualify based on the percentage of students that
free and reduced lunch.
are free and reduced lunch
Right.
qualified.
So that's,
But the size of the pot of the money was reduced
at the
Right.
federal level.
at the federal level, down to the state level, down to us.
down to
Of course.
all state levels? I mean, they just reduced that program, or North Carolina no
yes.
longer has as
Yeah.
much Title I
no.
population, is what I'm trying to understand.
No, it did not appear, the communication we received. We're hoping to get more information. I think the thing to remember about this is we don't even, what's the soonest we receive these funds, which has not happened, is supposed to be October. Right, so we'll get adjustments between now and then, but we start planning for these funds in March because that's when we work on our human resources allotments and all those things. So these are our projections of funds. We are keeping our fingers crossed that it's going to be a little higher, but I will tell you, it's not looking optimistic. And so as we receive information on that or any longer term trends, we're gonna have to make some decisions as a district.
What was the percent of the perceived reduction?
Sherry, can you work on that?
Well, that's-
And I'll keep working. Yep, that's right,
Okay.
yeah.
Seemed complicated the way I said it.
Yeah,
So we're not saying we have less Title I students.
Yeah.
We're not even saying the state
were
has less Title I
funded-
students,
we
which is what Mr. Gainey asked.
Right.
We're just saying the federal government gave less dollars
Decreased.
per Title I student.
correct.
Correct.
And then you have things, and I'll try not to get too much in the weeds, but this impacts all of these programs where we pay for staff out of it. We have increases in hospitalization insurance, all those benefits, we have to pay for those employees as well out of those funds. And that creates less flexible funding with that. So we want to have those things, but they do come at a cost as well. So we had a pretty significant increase in what we have to pay for staff, and then a decrease in the overall allotment that was given to us. And so that created that was some kind of creative work that we had to do. Fortunately, it did not impact positions significantly. Essentially, the school level, that what they're feeling it at is some of that additional funds, but we made sure that each school could still fund at least one teacher out of it, which is the priority for that, to help with some flexibility within their schedules.
And Sherry, we don't need to know that number now, just, you can email it to us what the reduction was, yeah.
My federal person left this week.
No, that's, I didn't mean to say I
I'm so
wanted
sorry.
right this second, but it would be helpful if the board knew
Absolutely.
what the reduction
I'll
was.
get that to you.
Essentially, the way this is impacting at the school level is that they have quite a bit less of a budget to buy resources with Title I dollars than they've had in the past.
Which is why the work we've done as a district has been so powerful, so that we're not feeling that as much as well.
So instead of, in the past, at the school level, they have used those dollars to buy like curriculum materials, because every school has kind of been using different stuff. But as we have worked together in teams to select a curriculum, we have purchased a curriculum, so they no longer have to use their Title I dollars for that. They can use it for other things. But now they're getting less of those dollars because we're getting less dollars.
So with that, with us buying the curriculum, what would, at the school level, what would staff and principals see a reduction in? If we're buying the curriculum, like what is the biggest hit?
Supplies and materials dollars.
Yeah.
But we allot locally a generous supplies and materials budget. I think
Okay.
we've not been in a situation where they fully expended what we've given them at the school and come back and said we need more over the years. So we'll keep an eye on that as we head to the end of the year. If we see that that's occurring, we'll come back and say we may need to help some. But I think that they're okay with the local allotment that they have for supplies and materials.
Because this falls right down to the level of like classroom materials, right?
Yes, and I think we have to remember, so Title I is meant to be supplemental. We cannot supplant, so we can't use it. That is, the purpose of it is to supplement and be able to provide additional things. And so we are still able to do that within this budget. Within all these budgets, these positions are really important. We've got instructional coaches paid out of it. We have our ESL and our migrant staff are paid out of different components. This is not all Title I, this is all of them at this point. We have our digital learning specialists that we fund out of this. So we receive a lot of support for our staff through these supplemental programs to be able to do, accomplish the things that we are. So I'm going to, the attachment that's with this, Dr. Baker and I are going to work. I think we're just going to have to copy, I did not want to have to copy and paste out of it, but I think that's going to be the best thing for you all if they don't get it fixed. Sherry's really dealing with things from the finance side. It's just kind of messy right now in this platform that we use, and I think we just need to we were hoping it would, unless something has changed. I did check this morning, but it still is looking.
To no one's probably surprise, the federal grants software is probably the worst software I've ever worked with. So
No doubt.
it is very, very, very old. So
Next item. Yes, so that will be on for consent as well. All right, so next we have, good still to keep pushing through?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, all right. We're going to talk about in class and the Devil's 8 assessment. And these, like we said, these are not embargoed results, so we're really excited to be able to share this with you. We were going to do this in September when everything came out together, but we felt like it would be better just to separate it because that's going to be a heavy lift at that point now with our principals presenting, our elementary principals. So we thought it'd be very helpful for you to have this today so that when they are talking about this with some of their goals, it'll maybe provide some context. I'm not going to read to you. This is kind of, a lot of this is going to be informational, so you have it to look back upon. But essentially, Devil's 8 is the assessment we use. It's put out by Amplify. the software platform is called M-Class. So you're gonna hear all those different things. And then there's different measures within there that we assess with DIBELS.
And we don't have a choice in that. That M-Class is required by the state.
This is part of the Read to Achieve legislation that we were referring to. So this is all roped in with the, just like the summer reading program. So the dynamic indicators of basic early literacy skills is the assessment to see the acquisition of our literacy skills for our students in kindergarten through 3rd grade. If you're kind of hearing anything from the state level, there's been chatters about this assessment can go to for 4th and 5th graders as well. That has come up. I'm somewhat anticipating it may happen next year. We actually thought it was moving in the direction that our 4th and 5th graders would be required to take this as well. It's good information for us. We won't be upset if it extends to there. But basically what it does is it helps us gauge the progress of our students, and then they use, they have this assessment that they do progress monitoring. So on a schedule, they're basically taking the temperature of the kids, how they're progressing.
So
But we have 3 big windows a year.
the number 8 is just like the
It's the
latest
version.
iteration
It's the
of the.
version.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the 8th version. So basically, we look at it, the language that we use instead of proficiency is benchmarking. And so if they're receiving adequate core reading instruction, they should go into the green or blue level, which I'm going to get to in just a second in regards to benchmarking. When we look at the overall beginning, middle, end of year, it takes all the tests and puts them into one measure together. So, as we said, we do the benchmarking 3 times a year for all students. It takes about 5 to 8 minutes per student. And then we have progress monitoring if they're not where we want them to be with benchmarking.
So that's an individual test,
Yeah, yes.
one-on-one.
Yes. So then we take basically the temperature of the students that are below proficiency, and we do it by a select measure. So we look at where their reading deficit is, and we start there, and we look for changes in growth as it builds upon that. So that's just kind of a visual for that. We do the screening, then we take the temperature, and then we have the instruction that matches where the concern is in the reading progression. So again, as we just stated, these are face-to-face measurements. Everyone does the 3, and then we use that data to identify, we look at that. So, what I shared in the previous presentation, that 73% of our students being on benchmark in K3 for us, that tells us the status of our core curriculum. We know that that's working for 73% of our kids. These are the benchmark areas. So if it is identified as a blue, and it's color-coded, which is helpful for grouping and those kinds of things, those students are above benchmark, and they're receiving all of the core support that they need. When it's green, they're on track for benchmark, and that they are getting the support that they're getting in core instruction is working for them. They're where they are expected to be at that point in the year at that grade level. And then the next would be considered strategic. And so what you're looking at is they have some risk in one of the components to not be where they need to be. And that's why you progress monitor just in the components of where the deficit is for the child. And then when a student is identified needing intensive support, that might be in multiple components, but you're still building upon them. These are our kids that we talk about, I said, that have an IST plan, where you're really digging in and providing as much supplemental and instruction to the core. We want all of our kids to have all core instruction, right? They need to be taught on grade level all the time, and then we need to take our set aside times of the day then to supplement where we need to. All right. So I put this little highlight in our previous presentation, but didn't talk too much about it. We were recognized for the second time at the State Board of Ed meeting for our outcomes, specifically by the state superintendent. Our subgroup data is showing that all of our students are progressing regardless of subgroup in the white and black area. And then we had significant growth and I can tell you we are improving faster than the rate of the state. And that is the optimal option. So whatever the state changes are, improvement from beginning to end of the year, we're increasing more than that. So that was kind of the crux of this recognition. We were thrilled to be recognized again. I shared this before, but this is where we are. I'm sorry, 74. That 74% of our students are in meeting that benchmark with that. We want to continue to get that over 80%. This is the specific breakdown by grade level. And you can see that in kindergarten, we're well over the 80, and we anticipate being able to change that from 22 end of the year to 24 end of the year. That's a 10% increase. So we obviously feel what we're doing in kindergarten, we've got our progress, I guess, in motion, and we're going to stick with it because that's clearly saying it's working. Our goal for this year is obviously those second and third grades, then to push into the 70s, and then after that we look at first grade, wanting to get that as well into that 80%. Obviously the rigor of the assessment and the instruction as it does as kids age, it becomes more complex. And so what we're trying to figure out is, are there any missing pieces in our core that are not addressing that? So we kind of drill into that information to see if we've got a hole in core with that.
This is all reading.
Yes.
And these numbers here, 74, 84, they are at which color level?
So they're the blue and the green.
The blue and green.
Yep. So they're at benchmark or above the benchmark. And we know the more they're above benchmark, the easier reading is for them, and the more they're going to be able to progress. And
So historically, how have those? We do 3 tests a year,
Mm-hmm.
and those tests have correlated to our EOGs in what way?
So the only overlap is between third grade, where they take an EOG as well with that.
Okay.
And so obviously I can't share our current results.
No, I
with
say historically.
with that.
Historically.
Yes. It does, it depends, honestly, it depends on the school and the classroom. It's very hard.
I mean, is there generally a close correlation? Because you're testing the same stuff, right? You're testing the.
No, so these are the foundations of reading where they're doing a full-on comprehension test in EOG. So it's a little bit apples to oranges with that.
Okay.
The closest measure in here is what's called maze, and that's where they have a passage and every third word is deleted and they select the correct word. So it is apples and oranges, but
This is related
This
to
should.
Letterland instruction.
and Haggerty, and it's some comprehension when they start to take the maze assessment as well.
But the biggest difference between
It's
what they're being
vocabulary.
assessed on,
Right.
on the EOG and M class, on the EOG, it's much more about comprehension and
And
vocabulary.
yeah.
As they move from K2 into 3-5, I mean, that's the biggest change.
And I thought on one of the screens I saw Dibbles was all the grades,
K3.
only K3.
It is, and so that's what I was talking about. We did hear some talk about adding to the legislation, the Read to Achieve legislation, 4th and 5th grade. We kind of thought it was going to happen this year, but now that we're at this point, it's not. So we'll see if it rises back in the next legislative session for next year.
So the legislation only calls for K3.
Correct.
Yes.
So this is what I was referring to with our state data. And you can see that the end of the year to beginning of year, just specifically that we are 8 percentage points above the state, 11 in kindergarten. Again, these are all the measures for us that say that the work that we're doing in kindergarten is making a difference for kids, and we're having the outcomes that we want based on that for that foundation. And then in first grade, it was 6 percentage points above, in second, 3 percentage points above, and then third, 8 percentage points above.
So maybe I'm asking the same thing, but let me ask you. So our performance on this test versus the state is here. Our proficiency, I'm not close, I know we only have grade 3, but our proficiency historically in grade 3, has it been?
Compared to the state, yes, it does.
We've been like 7, 8 points higher?
I'll have to pull the year over the year. With that, it does fluctuate from year to year with cohorts of kids because of the complexity of the assessment. So I'll make sure that when we do our measurement, our presentation with EOGs, that we connect back to that as well with that.
I mean, it just seems like there should be.
We don't have the state data
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
too bad there's only one grade to compare it, those kind of results on, but it seems like there ought to be some, you ought to be able to look at what you're doing. I mean, it's taking up time, it's taking up, human capital to do all this. We'd like to know that it's actually, impacting our ability to deliver the principal benchmark that we're measured on, which is growth and
And our
efficiency.
teachers do receive growth data based on this, which is great.
Yeah.
I think one of the things too to consider is letters training was a 2-year process. Last year was year 2 of that. Year 2 moves into the EOG component of reading, which is more the comprehension, vocabulary, and writing, because there's high effect size between
Right.
students
Those
writing
students
and
have
their
come
reading.
through with 2 years of that.
So that's the good news, is that we also have that is another measure that has hopefully really changed some of our folks' instruction with that too. So they were in that last year, so you wouldn't have seen that change because they were in that module throughout the year. So I'm very excited to kind of look at the correlation between those things as well and continue to look at those
Are you
kinds
talking about
of.
last year's third graders or this coming year's third
I'm talking about all
graders?
teachers that received letters training
Oh.
last year, so it was all of our elementary core teachers.
Gotcha.
And then this is the one that's been, you've been seeing it for the state versus the nation, and any of the celebrations about that the state is connecting to the letters training. This is specific to the state and Brunswick County. So in the light green is the state. So I'm just going to use kindergarten as the example there. 32% of the students across the state come in that blue-green area. And for us as a district, it's at 24%. But if you look at the outcome at the end of the year, the state is at 73 and we are at 84%. These are strong comments about our core instruction as well. And as you can see, that trend occurs there. So in first grade, that 52 to 71 becomes 54 to 77. So our kids are also retaining in first grade above. So we use this data to look a lot at our core and what it means for the work that we're doing in K-3 with that. So obviously, third grade is not where we want it, but it is still higher than that state average and kind of creeps back more to that bigger gap change with it, with 8 percentage points. These are the measures that we've been talking about, and this is what assessments are taken at each component with that. So again, we would like, if 4th and 5th grade were added, it would look just like it does 2nd and 3rd. Those are the measures that are 4th and 5th grade. So, we'll keep you posted on that, and whether or not that happens. We would like that. And then this is just the breakdown of the measures from 22 to 23. This is what we use this data to look specifically at our instruction. So when you look at May's, the last one on the right, kind of talk about 2nd and 3rd grade now. With that, we did see an increase of 1 percentage point. That's, negligible, but it is saying that the work we're doing, that would be the one that would be closest to match to the work we're doing with Wit and Wisdom. It's going to address some of that. And then this is the breakdown that you can look at for kindergarten from year to year for each of the components. The first is the composite, and then it's the breakdown for each component after that, each of the measurements. And that's first grade, and this is 2nd grade, and then this is 3rd grade. And this is what specifically, that 57 to 62, we are really would like to see that keep growing, because that's the one that's going to make the biggest difference on the EOGs. So to see that 57 to 62 is a very good sign of the carryover to EOGs, what that measure is. All right, not going to reach you with this, but this is all the support for our staff through elementary literacy. We obviously have professional development based on, our teachers continue with letters. So as we hire new staff, we have to implement with letters. So we have a new cohort of letters this year that will work through the next 2 years. We continue year 2 PD for wit and wisdom. And then as we've talked about already today, we've updated our pacing guide and those things based on the feedback we received from teachers all throughout last year based on our instruction as well. So I think that is my last slide. Any questions?
I would just say that specifically in K3 and those results, the work that we've done specific to reading in those areas has been much more scientifically based than grades 4 through 8 in reading. And I think a scientific approach as to how we teach reading, the data shows that that's where you get results. And so I'm excited that what we have in K3 is we've adopted specific curriculum tools that address specific things. Like Mr. Lemon brought up Letterland, that's specifically for phonics. Ms. White mentioned Hegarty, that's specifically phonemic awareness. These are high quality programs. We've trained our teachers. We monitor their implementation of these and we get results from them. Our plan is to see the same thing with comprehension specific to wit and wisdom. Wit and wisdom is harder. It is more rigorous than what was being used in the past, but our students need that in order to meet the level of rigor required by the EOG. And so we've got to raise the level of instruction up in order to meet that. And I wish it could happen overnight, but it's not. But we got the first year out of the way, and I think we've pushed through a lot of maybe some of the pushback we were getting, and we're dialing in the pacing guide on this. We see it's possible to get it done. As in any profession, when you first get a new tool, that doesn't immediately make you a master of using that tool. So it takes some time to become a master of using that tool. And that's what we're looking forward to really this year in the second year implementation of wit and wisdom, is to do that through grades 3, 4, and 5, and then adopting a new curriculum for reading in 6, 8, which we need. The data shows that we need a higher level of rigor for instruction and curriculum there as well.
So happy to take you guys on school visits to kind of see these things in action, because it's a lot of words and a lot of numbers here, but to see it is really powerful as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Collins.
6.2% is about what we dropped for our planning alignment, about
canceling
6.2%.
I think so. Yeah. Ms. Quinlan, we had several questions, so if we could hold off on this and maybe just get with you
Okay,
about the
sure.
telehealth and the telemedicine.
Okay, sure.
Because we had some questions we had written down. I know
Okay.
you've been working on the grant. It's been a long process, but we just had some more questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Are you striking them?
Yes,
Okay.
Is this both of them 5 and 6?
I think so, yeah. And we'll just get with you about some questions we have about that.
Okey-doke.
Because I know the parental consent laws and things like that are, we just have some questions about that.
Sure, yes, that's part of the agreement.
Right, yes. So if we can strike those, and then also if I could make a suggestion, we take a 5-minute break before we go into the policies.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay with you? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I want to see that consent form for.
On the website, yeah. I think it's on the website.
After an hour and a half.
order. And we have some spring 2024 PLS updates. And we have Ms. Quinlan coming up to speak about the emergency administration of the locks.
All right, so this is a second reading for this policy. The addition this month is we have added the original indemnification clause to the one that was recommended by the School Boards Association. So the indemnification clause was one that's been in our existing policy. The School Board Association put out one for the state, and this indemnification clause was just added back into this policy at the request. And that was the additional change.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Pascal, you're going to be speaking on foreign exchange students.
Yeah, so we have had a policy prior to this, and Ms. Quinlan actually helped adopt a policy that fortunately had the foresight of what is already expected from the State Board of Ed now. So a lot of what we had already had in place was similar. So a few pages down, you probably saw where we were, Tori had crossed through the last policy that we had, and I cannot remember the number off the top of my head. But that policy, we're just asking that we remove it from the list and adopt the state board policy with some additions that we had been implementing already, and we would like to keep. So if you could scroll up a little bit, there's one small change right there. The State Board of Ed, State Board Association had sent us one. They said similar to everything that you see here, we did not strike through. But we wanted to change a few things. So I'm going to go through the few changes. The July 1st instead of July 31st, we'd like a little bit more time and leeway to prepare our students for what their schedules will look like. Next, we added a specific age and grade, and that they were not in a graduate status at their home country. That was not in the original document. We wanted to add that. And then here's the big meat of what we like to add here, and we want to stay consistent with. This is an elected offering. School districts do not have to do this. We don't charge a fee. We looked it up. We technically are not allowed to. So with all of that, we are choosing to add this opportunity for our students to have students that are in their classes from other countries. I was an exchange student myself in college. There's a lot of research that shows that it's not just beneficial for the student, but also those students that student is able to work around. Just opens up the idea of this. This is a smaller world, right? You can visit other countries as well, and we have students coming to visit our country as well to learn and grow. So as a board, I'd be able to give you any insight into what that might look like for an individual student, but it needs to be limited. So we don't have an unlimited number of resources. We do not receive funding for these students, so we need to limit it. So we are limiting it to 2 students per school with a total of 6 for the district as a whole. In that limit, also, it has to be a board approved, superintendent and or designee. That's me now. I've taken it from Ms. Quinlan. She's still showing me the ropes on a regular basis through this summer, but a lot of details. But with this, we can approve the program, and at any point, you would have seen it up at the top, but we can actually deny a program. So if for some reason someone's not providing all the paperwork in a timely manner, they're not following up with the kid, they're not ensuring they're following all the expectations of their program, and therefore the student's possibly at risk of being safe. Whatever the reasons might be, we can deny it. So he and I can say we no longer want to work with your program. We will not be accepting students any longer. It gives us the ability to do that, which we hope that you would agree would be something that we should have. And then
I have a
yeah. Oh yeah.
Go, Mr. Gray.
just an observation. Your second sentence there in 6, shouldn't that be organizations operating?
Yeah.
Operating international exchange programs. Thank you for catching that.
And then
That's a common, thing with math teachers.
Give me a zinger.
Let me make a note of that, zinger.
Bring that one back up.
Man.
The stat teacher.
Well, let me
is-
slide down here.
Find that one out.
Okay, all right. We're going to recover. We're
Hey,
going
man,
to.
I couldn't pass
Not
it
to,
up.
not to pile on, but
Couldn't
Mr.
pile-
Barger has one as well.
Oh, please.
Well, I was going to bring that up in private, but admission may be denied. I assume that's if enrollment.
Yeah,
Yes.
little typo there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my question, my real question
That's
is,
iffing, man. Iffing.
You what?
You heard that. Iffing, roll. Iffing.
yeah, it's southern. They will go to the school that the host family is districted as.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We've had a situation where they could technically request a transfer if it's an employee of our district. That we've done that before.
If the employee is the host family.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So
I just want to make sure they're not coming and saying,
I'm
just
going
picking
to
the
the
school they
school.
want to. Yeah.
No.
Especially with our numbers at certain locations.
So,
Absolutely.
if a school has more than two, or students wanting in, making more than two, but you don't have 6 total, is that acceptable, or is that in writing or anywhere?
By this policy, we did not say that that's permissible. It's just to have it spread out among all the schools and all the counselors and all of the support staff, that we don't just overload one school or another. So, different reasons. There could be, one of our own families has a desire to have 2 or 3 exchange students themselves, whatever it might be. We just don't want to overload the resources that are required. Good question. All right. And then if you can scroll down, we are adding foreign exchange students here. This is something that we found was a concern with our other accountability metrics. We wanted to make sure that when our students are coming in and we're allowing this, once again, this is something that we're allowing to happen, that they do not inadvertently affect any of our accountability metrics. So we have decided that all of our students that come in will be labeled as 9th grade. We've worked through Amanda Richardson and worked through DPI to make sure that that's a feasible option. We have not had any concerns, but with one program, just one student in that program wanting to be labeled, I think at that time, a junior. So I can't remember if it was a junior or sophomore. We told them they could not do that. They had to be a 9th grader. It doesn't change any of the classes they're going to take. So that just because they're labeled 9th grade doesn't mean they can't take some of the upper level classes that they would typically take anyway. So the only thing it affects is on Power School it says 9th grade as opposed
What's
to
the
11th.
purpose of that?
Whenever we get into the accountability of, let's say, ACT, if you're labeled as an 11th grader, the principal is going to get dinged for not giving the ACT to that student. We're not required to give the ACT to that student. We don't want that metric to be associated with it. That's just one example of many. When they get into sophomore year, if they hadn't had English 2, that's another one. Anyway, we just don't want it to inadvertently affect other metrics.
Gotcha.
And then they will not get a diploma from Brunswick County Schools. They will graduate in their home country. We just wanted to put that in writing. And that's it for the, so we will make some changes. We will correct that. Thank you. Appreciate the math teacher jab as well. If we can go into the graduation policy. So this is the second reading. You all received the first one at the beginning of the summer. There was a little delay. I wanted to make sure that we had time to review it. I'm not going to go into too many details. We gave first read. We sent it. If you have questions, I'm going to talk through, but I'll give you the basics and then the basis of it, and then what we'd like to see is actually an action today, if you feel comfortable. We worked through, and as I told you back in May, we worked through. Actually, it was in June. Excuse me. We worked through the graduation process and saw some areas where we wanted to be more in line, and one of which was the difference in regalia. So, having now also been a part of all the graduations, I see the variance between all the schools. So, we wanted to realign that, and then focus on what we as a school system are going to deem as a school sanction, honor, or affiliation, and we were going to honor that with the regalia. So that would be the cords, stoles, and sashes. Those items and medallions would be a part of that. So with that, we would also want to say that there's something that we've already put in place and approved, that students can decorate their caps. That could be all of the other outside of the school district celebrations that they would like to share out during their graduation. So since we've already offered an option, we'd like to focus on that when they do ask for things like Eagle Scout, pilot's license, volunteer awards. We usually get a plethora of, what about this one? I'd like to have a cord for that. they could decorate their cap to celebrate those achievements is the way that the principals, collectively we decided on. So that was the proposal. We would also like to say that there's a procedure though that has to be explained to all of the seniors. And that's why I would ask for action today is right when they come back. I'd love for principals to be able to tell their students all of these things. If you're not comfortable with that, we can call the students back together at another time. There's also got to be a compliance metric. So there's going to be someone in the policy that says there's going to be someone identified at each school that checks for compliance, not just prior to it through the process of approval, but on graduation day before they walk out on the stage. Obviously, there could be times when a kid has some sort of item tucked away and they don't put it on until they walk out. But it shouldn't be the norm, and it should be minimized because of the individuals looking and searching for students that are out of compliance. And then at the bottom of that policy, it says that school administration can deny a student to walk on graduation if asked to remove something and they choose not to. So if they're not in compliance with the expectations, they will be asked not to walk. Doesn't mean they can't graduate. It just means they're not going to participate in the graduation if they're not following the expectations that we're clearly going to inform them of.
Does the hat decoration allow for something, a tassel other than the one that they?
Yeah, we just asked that it's specific in there. It can't be more than an inch above the hat. So technically, they could wrap a tassel around, the top of their hat. They could do a lot of decorations, as y'all saw. A lot of people have it. Those are all pre-reviewed by an administrator as well to make sure there's nothing inappropriate on it.
I would also say that, I saw, I've seen the tops of the caps, decorated with different stickers and things.
Yeah, and then it not protrude off. The reason behind that is so that it doesn't mess up the view of some other student behind them.
Yeah, and I would just say that, generally, your image of the graduate is based on what you're looking at them. I would say in the hat sitting like this, I would recommend that we not allow them to decorate the underside of the cap.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the top. I don't. Maybe there were. I didn't notice it.
No. I hadn't seen any, but I didn't see anything that precludes that in the policy.
Have I not seen some people come across the stage with something wrapped around them, like a flag or something?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, students have come through typically with stoles that they purchased, and they purchased them online somewhere. They might have had a flag from another country or whatever it might have been. Those would not be permissible. That would not be a school-sanctioned honor or affiliation. Does that mean they couldn't decorate? Let's say they're originally from another country, or they have family from another country, and they'd like to celebrate that heritage. They could do that on the top of their cap.
Okay.
This would not be permissible to have a stole with some other flag or American flag or anything.
Again, I would recommend that you limit it to the top.
Well, we can ensure that it says that, yeah. And if you can go to the policy itself, scroll down. Let's see if we'd written in there the top of the cap. Let's see, cap decorations may include personal achievements. Cannot extend more than 1 inch off the top or sides. All cap decorations must be approved by the administration or designee on or before the graduation. If cap is found out of compliance, they would not be allowed. So up to you all. If the recommendation is that I add in decorating the tops of their caps, we could put that in, I believe, and still approve if you all would approve it under that recommendation, and then we go forth and change it. Or obviously you have the option for another reading if you prefer.
So however, decorations cannot extend more than 1 inch off the top or sides, and there can be no decorations underneath the cap. Is that what you're looking for?
We could just say graduates may decorate the top of their caps as as follows.
May decorate the tops of their caps only.
Yeah.
Okay.
As set forth herein.
Yeah, we could add that. Make a note. Thank you, Tori. So the recommendation is that we approve now, but once again, if the votes aren't there and we'd rather table it for another reading, we can do that.
I make a
I'm
motion
fine.
to approve it. I mean, has anybody got a motion to approve it?
Second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
All right. And we'll add in that addendum.
We need to approve Ms. Quinlan's, and then we want our second reading.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so which one of yours was the second reading?
That was consent.
The
or something.
naloxone.
Is that, I don't think that's time sensitive because we have a policy currently, right?
We do have a policy
Yeah, our
currently.
committee policy is for time sensitive. This is time sensitive because school starts Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Just to
No,
be
no, you're
clear,
fine.
I don't think the others were asking for action today. I was only asking for this one because when seniors come back, they have senior meetings, and it'd be nice to go ahead and, they've already got the stuff ready to go, just hoping that everything would get approved. They'd love to share it with them. That's
Put it
all.
in their senior packet?
You got
or-
it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, up next we have Mr. Cole. He's gonna discuss the use of wireless communication devices in student dress and appearance.
So, this was shared, at last week's meeting, and the board elected to, wait a week, take some time to look over it, to be ready to suggest any changes. Obviously, if at all possible, we would like to start school day one with a clear policy on this, because this is, a pretty big change. I would reiterate that, the purpose behind this, number one, is to improve student engagement with instruction by eliminating distractions that come from personal devices, such as notifications from social media, text messages from anyone else during the day that students feel like they have to constantly be checking and answering personal communications. All of that culminates in a whole lot of distraction from what we're trying to work on throughout the day. So in the past, this has been left up to teachers as far as our policy in the classroom during instructional time. In the past, our students did not have a one-to-one device environment, and they needed a device connected to the internet to be able to access some of the instructional materials that we needed to provide. But since that policy was written, we now provide a one-to-one device environment. They each have a Chromebook. That Chromebook allows them to access all of the tools that are approved for usage in our district. So there's no instructional need for them to have access to a personal cell phone during the day anymore. So we removed the sentence that allowed teachers to make that decision. So there should be no visible or audible cell phones or devices in a classroom during instructional time at all anymore. So then the next step is having access to a cell phone outside of instructional time, but during the day. So during class changes, during lunch. What we have asked in this policy is that we remove the ability for students to have access to their personal cell phones in the rest of the parts of the day that are non-instructional, specific to grades K through 8. Again, it's not necessary. Each of our classrooms has a hardline telephone, so that in the case of emergencies or communications, teachers can call out. Obviously, there's still the main office. There are plenty of ways to communicate as needed in emergency situations. So what this policy would do is for all schools that have grades K through 8, students would be required when they enter the building to turn their phone completely off and put it away for the entire day. And at the end of the day, when they walk out of the building, they can turn it on and they would have access to it. Now, specific to Town Creek Middle School and Cedar Grove Middle School, they would be required to put theirs in a yonder pouch for the same purpose. An indirect benefit to this change in policy would also be that we have sort of an apples to apples comparison between the two pilot schools where we've invested some money for yonder pouches and the other middle schools where we haven't, but we still have the same policy. And we'll be able to tell through our discipline referral data whether or not the Yonder pouches help our middle school students to better manage their impulse control of checking that phone or not. Specific to high schools, we are asking that, again, teachers will not have the option of allowing students to use their cell phones during instructional time. But then whether or not students are allowed to access their cell phones during non-instructional parts of the day, like class changes and lunch, would be left up to each individual principal at the school. Now, I'll share with you, because I'm sure not everyone got a chance to check their email this morning. Ms. Cook did send all of us an email with some suggestions she had specific to this policy. In the first paragraph, she suggested that she would delete the portion of the sentence that says, therefore students delete with the exception of those attending the coast, and then continue, will be permitted to possess such devices, etc. She says the last sentence clearly describes that the coast will not have any devices at all. So she is saying that we could eliminate that part. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't had the opportunity this morning either to look at these suggestions. So,
I mean, that makes it clear and easier to flow, read, and comprehend. I'm fine with it. Yeah.
okay. So that would be striking the words and then, I'm sorry, striking with the exception of those attending the coast. It will be striking those words.
Where is this?
In the first paragraph, could you highlight that? Yeah. And she's saying that that is unnecessary because the last sentence of that paragraph says,
The coast may not possess.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm in agreement.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Under A, authorized use, she suggested that the policy states that the high school principals may authorize use during transitions and lunch period. She would suggest deleting that sentence since you already stated in the beginning paragraph that nothing is allowed unless otherwise directed by school personnel. Same with middle school. I guess I personally, because the high school is different, I personally like specifically saying that.
I do too.
And I'll say this too. This language was created by Tharrington Smith, so I communicated to them the changes we were looking at, and then they wordsmith the policy and send it to us.
Well, you're saying the high school principals may authorize you saying to eliminate that sentence?
Yes.
But, yeah, well, it says up above that they may authorize individual students. That's not the same thing.
That's not the same thing.
So, but I was going to make a suggestion there that high school principals may authorize use of wireless communication devices, because that's what we're talking about. Not authorizing a student or a group of students, but
So-
they're authorizing it on a school-wide basis,
Correct.
right?
Correct. So the idea about the first part of that is that if I'm a principal at an elementary school,
Yeah.
and there's an emergency that's happening specific to this kid, and we are calling from the school and the parent is not picking up, but maybe there's a chance that the parent will pick up if the child calls from their cell phone that I know they have, then I as the principal can authorize that student to use their cell phone to call their mom.
Sure.
That's what that is talking about. Specific to the high school, we're talking about allowing high school principals to make a school-wide decision about non-instructional times and access to cell phones for high school students. We're not allowing that in K-8.
Yeah. You know, I might suggest that administrators may authorize individual students to use wireless communication devices for personal purposes for a limited time period when there is reasonable need for such communication. I mean, that, aren't you saying it's done on a per instance basis? Or you're saying that there are kids that would have personal need for the whole school year? I mean,
Well, they're saying they can use it anytime they're in the hallway or lunch periods at the school.
No, I'm talking about up at the first sentence.
Can you highlight that first sentence that Mr. Gainey is?
I mean, that's on a special occasion,
Oh,
correct?
Yeah.
Right. Let's say that they're diabetic and their phone is
Right.
connected to something, and
So they
and
need a limited period of time to have
Right.
access to their phone.
Right.
That's sort of open-ended in terms of, are they going to grant it to them for a month or, so I would just say maybe we would tighten that up a little bit, that they can use wireless communication devices for personal purposes for a limited period of time, when there is reasonable need for such communication.
If I
Just-
can, I thought that was the reasonable part. Personally, the way I read it was that the administrator found it reasonable. And
Right.
at some point, obviously, it's no longer reasonable when they're done with that communication. That was the way I
Okay.
read it.
Yeah, I guess I was reading it, and I'm seeing what you're talking about. That's the reasonable part of it. And if there was, if someone reported to us that a principal was allowing a student to use a cell phone because that was their nephew or whatever, and they had had access to it the whole year,
That's not reasonable.
then certainly we would deal with that.
And reasonableness is actually used in.
Like if there's a medical need, that's going to be for the whole year, I guess, unless circumstances change with their medical need. But then there could be an emergency situation like the one I just illustrated, where it makes sense to allow the kid to take their phone out, turn it on, and call home, because we need to be able to contact home, and we're unsuccessful right now being able to do that. And I feel like in those situations, administrators need to have a little bit of flexibility.
Yeah. I'm a fan of leaving it.
And that's all. Yeah, that was all that Ms. Cook had shared this morning, specific to that one. Was there any other feedback on that? And this is a big change, so
And this is time sensitive because we need it before school starts.
we would like for it to, be in place when the students come back, so that we can communicate it from day one.
I'll make a motion to approve it with the changes that were sent by Ms. Cook.
Okay.
And Tori, if you got all those orders, make sure
It
Ms.
was
Cook.
the first change, because y'all
the
didn't
first-
agree with the
No,
second.
I'm sorry, yeah. The first change.
Okay.
And make sure Tori got that email too, so she knows. I know she takes really good notes, but
With
just
the
so.
exception of those attending the coast, that's the sentence we're talking about.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? This definition here, turned off for purposes of this policy, should that be put up at the top? Because you talk about turned off ahead of that, you talk about turned off again, and if somebody's looking at pieces of the policy.
Can you scroll up, Tori?
I mean, that, you're assuming there that they're going to read down that far. If you put it at the very top, they can't really say that they didn't see it. They can't reasonably.
Well, this follows the way all of our policies are kind of put together. There's a paragraph that begins with the sentence, essentially, the board recognizes blah, 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 and there's an explanation. And then if there are necessary definitions to vocabulary, it follows that paragraph. Because again, this is the way that Tharrington Smith put it together, and they put together most of our policies that go beyond the School Boards Association. But this is just sort of the, I don't know, I guess it's the way they train them in law school to organize things.
Okay.
I take your point. But if the policy starts with, for the purposes of this policy, a device is turned off only if it is fully powered off. I mean, I guess my opinion is that you start with the explanation of the policy itself.
Yeah.
And this is just kind of a vocabulary word, like what does turned off mean?
Will that appear in the policy manual in a way that, since it is a definition and you don't have a definition section, that we know that here is a definition? Or do you just have to find it?
Well, I mean, this is the policy.
Well, I'm saying, is it going, I mean, it's red here because we're making a change. I'm saying in the policy manual, if I want to know what turned off means, have I got to go find that, or do I even how do I know what the definition of what we mean by turned off?
And when you search them on the website, it pulls up any policy with a keyword.
Yeah, I mean, you can do
I'm
a
not
key-
sure about that.
Well, I would say that you would
I'm
be
just saying,
questioning.
can it be put in italics? Can it be put in bold print? Can it be put in something where it, because it's a pretty critical part of the policy.
Yeah, I mean, we can put it in italics.
I mean, I assume we consider it critical because we've determined that we need to define it, what turned off is. And I don't think the definition for turned off needs to be hidden as just an indistinguishable piece of text in that policy.
We can put it in italics.
Something just to make, to give whoever might be accessing that policy every opportunity to understand what we expect from turned off.
So would you make your motion with the italics piece?
Yes, I will amend my motion to include the change made as recommended by Ms. Cook and to italicize the definition of turned off.
Good work.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion by Mr. Barger, being that this is a time-sensitive issue. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Gainey. All in favor? Okay. All right, so if Tori, if you'll make those changes, that'd be great. We move on to student dress and appearance.
So again, this was also presented last week, and the board elected to take a week to think about it and take it up again today. The biggest, really, the change is specifically stating in F that pajamas and sleepwear are not permitted. Additionally, blankets are not permitted to cover up or otherwise hide clothing that would not be in compliance with this policy. Ms. Cook shared some feedback on that this morning. Under A in number 6, I could find that under A. Yes, number 6. She stated that instead of simply writing specifically at the end of the first sentence, possibly use something like requirements to specifically include. And under A, she asked, should chest be neck, or is no strapless permitted clear enough? Also, should you include extra emphasis on no midriff exposed?
Where is the mid?
She said to
It
include
does,
that.
because it says chest to thigh. She's saying emphasize that your midriff is in between your chest and your thighs.
She's asking under number 6A, it says students must wear school appropriate clothing that covers their skin from chest to approximately mid-thigh with opaque, non-see-through fabric in front, back, and on the sides. Strapless clothing is not permitted. Her feedback is, number 1, should chest be neck? And is no strapless permitted clear enough? Should you include extra
That's pretty
emphasis
clear
on
to
no
me.
midriff exposed?
All right, so it already says no strapless clothing. If you put neck, then I fear that a tank top potentially, and we live in the South where it's really hot outside. So, I don't have a problem with somebody wearing a tank top. That's different than a tube top that would have no straps.
Well, there are also T-shirts that have
V-neck,
an
Yeah.
A.
V-neck, scoop necks.
Right.
You're getting into the,
I think chest
yeah.
there is fine.
yeah.
And to me, it is assumed that midriff falls between your chest and your thighs.
Yeah. That's what I think.
I don't wear racy clothing, but I would say, I mean,
I'm not
I thought you
arguing.
do races all the time.
huh?
I thought you do races all the time.
I'm not arguing these points. I am sharing feedback I got from Ms. Cook by email with the board because she could not be here today. So that is for the
We can
board to
sit here and
discuss.
argue over individual words in every policy.
Yeah.
But nobody has the time for that. I think it's
So
included in
does
this.
our policy then, are you saying our policy allows for tank tops?
Well, it addresses the width of the,
So they can be in class with their underarms exposed and, I mean, their shoulders exposed.
Yeah, because there's
And-
sleeveless, there's sleeveless dresses, there's sleeveless tops, there's,
Okay. Just curious.
I think that this.
I mean,
spaghetti
Natalie has on
strap.
a dress that
Yeah.
I say is professional. Not, I'm sorry, but I mean, and I can
Yeah.
see her shoulders and it's not offensive. I mean,
You look very nice.
Yeah.
Molly has a V-neck shirt on. Pascal has a dress shirt on in which I can see his neck. I mean, I don't know. I don't see a problem with this.
No, I don't either.
Just leave it alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Problem with tank tops, but
Well, some tank tops are really wide. Like they have wide straps. I think it's the spaghetti straps they're
I don't care.
focusing on.
And then under C, this is the last bit of feedback from Ms. Cook. She shared that she would maybe add must cover undergarments when standing, sitting, and walking. Go back up to, yeah, it's not under consequences, it's back up, I think.
It's C under the tire.
Oh, I gotcha.
Right there. So clothing must cover undergarments while standing or sitting. She is suggesting that we add and walking.
I mean, I get where she's.
Yeah.
I understand why she's saying that.
Undergarments must be covered at all times. Because if you put standing, sitting, walking, okay, what if they're jumping, or what if they're, I mean,
Yeah.
they should be covered all the time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe make a change. Clothing must cover undergarments at all times.
Yeah.
And I have no issue with not allowing slippers, but I'm still going to question how we are determining what is a slipper.
All right, so that's under B.
Yeah.
Last sentence. It says bedroom shoes up at the top. Right there. 6B. Bedroom shoes / slippers are not permitted.
And the reason I'm asking this is, I have 3 daughters and a wife at home who have these like UGG shoes that look like slippers, but they're made to wear outside. I call them slippers at home, and I wouldn't send my kid to school in them, but somebody may. So again, how are you defining that?
I mean, I have seen additional, look, I don't care how you define anything in a dress code
They're
policy.
gonna find it.
There's gonna be a company that makes something
You know what I'm talking
that's
about.
gonna be a gray area. But I have seen districts add something to the effect of bedroom shoes, slippers, as defined by soft
Soles.
soles.
So that was my
soles,
question.
are not permitted.
If it has
So
a
it's
hard
the-
sole,
It's that soft sole like you would have in a bedroom slipper.
Because that's the dangerous part of it. That's
Yeah.
Right,
what they're
that's the
wearing.
difference in my mind between bedroom shoes and regular shoes, is a soft sole. Now, that's still subjective. I mean, like, are Crocs soft soles? They're softer than a pair of boots, but they're
Yeah,
not
but
they're clearly not bedroom shoes.
Right.
I mean, I think there's a visual test here. They're not fuzzy. They're not fuzzy animals. They're clearly not bedroom shoes from a
They're not
visible
fleecy.
perspective. And then do they have a soft sole or not?
so from a student safety point of view, I think a rigid, well, not rigid is not that word.
A hard sole
Hard sole,
is important.
yeah.
I would agree.
Because those ones I was just describing have a hard sole on them.
Right.
The ones that are like, you're saying there are some bedroom slippers that have hard soles?
Well, I'm sure those are too, but I mean, I think you
Sure are.
I think you identified the student safety issue, which is what this is trying to prevent, by putting hard sole.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, the hard sole is the safety issue.
I mean, I would,
I'd leave it just like it is.
and that's fine
There
with
are
me too.
bedroom slippers with hard soles.
That's true. Then they're gonna say, but it has hard sole.
That's the problem with the more specifics you give,
Yep.
the,
Yeah, we can leave it, I mean, and we'll see what issues we run into. There may be none.
I think our, you know, our principals are gonna, our administrators are gonna be in charge of taking a look at, are the shoes a safety issue? And are they clearly, from a visual perspective, a distraction because they're massive Snoopies that have a hard sole? I mean, they're still a bedroom shoe, or, you know, and as well as being a distraction. There's gotta be a certain level of,
Yeah. And then this doesn't prevent like an elementary school when they do pajama day or something like that, right?
well, I mean, again, administrators for special circumstances, special events,
Like a spirit week.
they can bend, like a spirit week, I
Yeah.
mean, they can, yeah, they have some leeway. They just have to let us know so that we can, you know, approve it
Yeah.
and be aware of it.
For the, I mean, because I've already gotten this, for the shorts, like to mid-thigh, you know, one part of our policy, it says, like the buttocks must be covered, but then we're asking for shorts to be mid-thigh. I mean, what are we doing there? I mean, because I don't know that, the boys can wear shorts, they're like the 5-inch shorts, they never get dress coded, but the girls can't wear shorts, they always get dress coded. I mean, there's always been issue with that, if you say approximately mid-thigh. And then what if you're tall? What if you're a tall girl? And my girls have legs from here to there, and your girls do too, they're tall, and they can't wear shorts to school at all. I don't know. It's hard.
I-
And it's hot, and they don't wear jeans every day, or, you know, that's an issue, I think. I don't know.
If you're gonna, again, there's always this, you're exactly right about how specific you wanna be.
But if they're covered,
I don't think
you know?
I don't think boys or girls, I don't think any of them should be wearing shorts that are so short that their buttocks are showing.
Right,
and
right.
hanging out of
But
their
if they're
shorts.
not, then are they
But if they're
acceptable?
covered, you know, if they're
If they're
covered
covered.
in an appropriate way, for me, I'm fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
So is a suggestion to write it as the buttocks must be covered but remove mid-thigh?
I mean, if you're saying covered and then you're asking for mid-thigh,
It's two different things. There's a
it's way two different things. And if you're covered and it's appropriate, I don't see how this, because then we get into the situation of the parents, I mean, some teachers will, that's not mid-thigh, well that, and then some don't address it and some do, and it's just back and forth battle, you know?
I mean, I completely agree.
And I mean,
because-
I've heard high school principals say it's a nightmare when you're saying mid-thigh, and I've just heard them say, if they're covered and it's appropriate and nothing's hanging out, let it go.
that would be my preference,
That's my preference.
but that's just me. This is board policy is y'all's job.
Well, we
So
have
where do
to
you see the
step.
mid-thigh thing? I don't.
Hey,
Oh,
It's-
okay.
Six A.
Top.
So
It's
you've
under
got,
A.
you've got D saying one thing, and then you've got A saying mid-thigh.
We have to equip staff with a policy that they can enforce.
How is
So-
D at odds with A?
Because the buttocks must be covered, but then
Well,
you're
they're
telling
definitely
them,
covered if you're mid-thigh.
right,
But I gotta tell you, finding
Okay.
shorts that
Right.
are mid-thigh
yes,
on a,
on a girl,
on
that's,
a female of any
5'8".
height
yeah. It's hard.
is tough.
It is very tough.
Well, and part of that too, like specific to D, I mean, they might be wearing a pair of jeans, but there's a big hole ripped out right over their rear end so you can see their underwear.
Right.
You know, it might not even
Yeah.
be shorts. It
Right,
might be
you're
holes
right.
in their pants.
Yeah, because they get those
That's right.
rips up here in the
So that
high.
kind of covers that. Even if
Yeah.
you're wearing jeans,
Yeah,
your breasts, genitals, and buttocks must be covered at all times.
right.
In practicality, if I can just, I was a part of the conversation when we came up with this policy a few years ago, and we did do the approximately mid-thigh with the definite has to cover buttocks, because at that time, we were trying to give a little bit of leeway with knowing what mid-thigh was approximately, whereas when you say buttocks, now you're getting into another area where you have to now decide where the line is. If, as a principal, you walked in, you said those shorts are too short, call home. It was a lot easier to say, that's beyond mid-thigh, that's too high. Even though that sounds vague, it was still a little bit of give that you could say, no, that was clearly above mid-thigh. It might have been super short. But typically, we didn't call students that had shorts that were approximately mid-thigh. We just didn't call home for that. So, anyway, I'm not advocating for one another. That's board policy. I just wanted you to know in practicality, I think that a little limiting amount of vagueness was actually intentional originally. So, with the approximately piece. Yeah. And we can revisit this, talk about it a little bit more with the principals, because I was just one of 4 or 5 at the time at high school.
So the girls wearing athletic shorts like Lululemon or Nike shorts or the Lululemon skirts with the like the spandex underneath them, they're not mid-thigh.
Buttocks was covered, and it was approximately mid-thigh in our opinion.
Okay.
I wasn't measuring.
Right.
So it was.
Well, I know we got into situations where teachers were measuring, like literally measuring. That's why it became a issue. I
think we went with that so that we didn't have to say it was 4 inches.
That gives you some flexibility and short shorts, if you, the way we used to call.
Right, yeah.
Or would be eliminated.
Yeah, like
Appropriately
again,
covered, I don't know, it's just.
I never liked the 3 inches above the knee because I don't want to be measuring a girl's shorts.
No.
I want to be able to look at it and it's like, clearly it is not at mid-thigh. I think a little bit of
That you have some wiggle room.
a little bit of wiggle room on that. I think it's fine.
And it boils down to reasonably enforcing it. Or the discussion is reasonable.
Right.
It's good the way it is.
Okay.
All right, so what I have heard is we are fine adding the language of, I think it was F above, that said no pajamas or blankets. I'm sorry, below. We're fine adding that. And then when we go back up to, C, clothing must cover undergarments at all times. We want to make that change. And everything else we're going to leave as is. And that would be the motion, if anybody wanted to make it.
Are you good with making the motion again?
Sure.
I mean, do you want to stay with your motion with the amendments?
Well, we haven't made a motion on this one yet.
Or everything that we've changed, I mean?
Yeah. I will make a motion to approve it with the amendments we've already discussed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Gainey, all in favor? Aye. Okay. And then the last one,
Pest control.
pest control, parasitic infestations by Mr. Smith.
This sounds super
Super
interesting.
interesting.
Get rid of the bugs and be
I
gone.
thought you were doing this.
No, sir.
Okay, so we've got the control of parasitic infestation, which is basically the lice and bed bug policy that we have. There's no change to the way lice cases are handled. There is a big change in the way we're handling students that come in and they're found with bed bugs on their person or on their materials, book bags and things, or clothing. So previously, the cases were handled, the parent would be contacted and the student would be sent home and they would do remote learning from home until they could give proof that their home had been treated for bed bugs. And we would help them with that. We would use our current pest control agency. We would get an estimate and we'd let them know how much it costs. And they would give us, the best deal they could give us on it because they also do our schools. But that's proven to be problematic because it's expensive. And it can get anywhere from $1,000 to several $1,000s to treat a home. If they had to do spot liquid treatments or had to do heat treatments in severe cases. And unfortunately, a lot of the parents and guardians or whatever could not afford this treatment. And this resulted in kids being left out of school for long periods of time. So looking at other district policies and how they handle this, and the cases increased last year. We keep a spreadsheet of each case and what we do and how we react to each one. And as the year progressed, the last couple of years, especially last year, we were getting 1 to 2 cases per month of this instead of 2 or 3 cases a year like we had a few years ago. So as this has increased and has become more problematic, we think that it's best to handle this by having the student remain in school and take steps to educate the parents on what they can do at home and limit the amount of materials brought into the school. So the way it would read is they would seek professional treatment if bed bugs are found. The student will not be sent home, but should limit the items he or she brings to school and store school supplies in protective containers while at home. Education information will be sent home with the student. So they would remain at school. We would send information home on what they should be doing when they get home. And we would offer still a quote to have their home treated. If they chose to do that. Our pest control agency would still work with them in that manner. And if they come to school and they keep finding bed bugs on them, and all of this would be handled very discreetly with the school nurse. They would, be called to the school nurse area and private area, and they could be checked. If they still have bed bugs, we could offer the parents to send an extra change of clothes to school. You can take the clothes and you can put them in a dryer, which we have at all our schools. And this is almost always at an elementary school. Every case we've seen is, unfortunately, it's always an elementary school. But they could actually dry those clothes and change into a different set of clothes, put them in a container. And then we would, of course, treat the school where the student has been. We train custodial staff. They use HEPA vacuum cleaners. We use our pest control agency to come in and spot control. We even treat buses, if our own buses. So we feel like this is a better way for the students to, keep them in school and deal with the problem at school. And we feel like it's consistent with, a lot of the way the other school districts are handling an increasing problem.
So the schools that are using, this sounds like a policy that would, an approach to bed bug, dealing with bed bugs, that it might increase the amount, the incidence of bed bugs. To me, it sounds like the policy is going more lenient.
Yeah.
So the schools that utilize this, what's their infection rate compared to ours?
I don't know the number of cases that are showing up in other counties. That information is not readily available. I know.
Well, we know what our infection rate is, right?
Right.
And you can't inquire with these districts about what their infection rate is?
Yeah, I would have to call other districts and talk to probably who is over their nursing would probably have the information.
Because we're increasing the risk of other students by going this route.
Mm-hmm.
I just think we need that information before we go this route.
Well, like I said, the problem is these students could be sent home and there's no way back. They're not going to be able to afford these treatments. That's what we found. This could go on for months. We've had it go on for months. So you've got a student that's on remote learning and really no way back because, we've called social services. We've tried to involve the county. There's no funding available to help.
What about if there are
situations.
multiple siblings in that home that are in our school?
Only if they're found on their person. So
That's the only way we know they exist.
Right.
The
siblings are not involved in it until it's actually found on them. or their
Do
belongings.
do we try to determine if they have bed bugs?
Well, they're made aware, the teachers and the staffs of the siblings are kind of made aware through the school administration. And, you know, letters are sent home to everyone in that class, letting them know that a student, you know, a bed bug was found on a student in that class, so the parents that of the surrounding students can be more aware to be watchful, you know.
So
But
are
does the
the
letter say-
cases, you said 2 to 3 cases a year, now we're up to 1
Is
to
that
2
per
cases
school
per
or
month?
for district
Yes,
wide?
ma'am.
So are we up to 1 to 2 cases per month because the parents can't afford the treatments and it's just
It's just a
spreading?
more prevalent problem. Talking with Clegg's Pest Control, they just said that, you know, this county it's just a problem that's getting worse and growing. So the last half of last year, we probably had around, from January to the end of school, 6 or 7 cases
That's district wide?
for us, yes, sir.
But that's because they're not treating them at home. Is that, I mean, if they were treated at home, they wouldn't be,
Yeah,
the cases would be increasing throughout and
cases when they
spreading.
went home, they couldn't afford to do the treatment. And therefore, the student was not allowed back in school.
Well,
That's
because
the
they're
way
putting
the
the school at
current
risk.
policy reads.
Yeah, because they're putting the rest of the school at
Yeah,
risk.
I mean, this,
You're gonna have
I
more
don't know how
cases,
you-
I think, with doing
Yeah.
this. I mean, unfortunately.
well, I think that's why you might want to check with these schools before we could approve this.
I honestly could not, the districts I looked at and found, I could not find another district that used this type of policy. Everyone allows the students to remain in school and they deal with it at the school.
Okay, but I'm saying, those that utilize suggested policy change, this type of policy,
Yeah.
they've got some record of what their infestation rate is.
Yeah.
If their infestation rate is higher than ours, then I would assume that, you know, at first blush, we would think that it might be attributable to their more lenient policy.
And what did you say the teachers would have to do? They would have to put clothes in the dryer, have a change of clothes.
If it keeps showing up, and they would go to the nursing station somewhere discreet and get checked.
Yeah.
And if they keep showing up and have them on them, then we would suggest to the parents that they give us a change of clothes to have at the school, so that when they come, they can go somewhere and change clothes, and the clothes they were wearing from home could be put in a dryer, which will kill them every time. And then they can be kept and changed into, you know, it's just kind of a program you have to get into if they can't get rid of the problem and they keep bringing it to the school.
How does Department of Social Services or our health department view bed bug infestation that's not being?
We got zero help from them last year in our responses.
So they have no preferred method?
No, they had some information they sent on basically that we already knew on how to deal with it, and what you would send home to parents for them to deal with it. But until you get a treatment at home, and we saw some real severe cases of homes, and what Clegg's would call, and a lot of cases, they couldn't even get the area prepped at home because you got to clear everything off the floor, and you know, make it manageable for them to even go in there. And they would go 2 or 3 times and say, we can't treat it because they still haven't got the area prepared properly.
So these students would come to school, they would change into a pair of clothes that we
If they keep
treated.
showing up with it, with the problem.
Okay, and then they wouldn't be allowed to bring a book bag and all that other stuff with them either?
Well, that would be checked also. And if he keeps showing up in the book bags, when they bring them in, right, we would put them in an enclosed container.
And do what with that? Then they walk around with a tote all day?
Well, however they can manage their books, but, you know, we're not gonna allow the book bags to go into schools if we're finding, in the classroom to be hung if we're having book bags in them, because that's probably a sure way to pass them along to other book bags and
Yeah.
create more of a problem.
I just feel like we're increasing the risk of all the other students
I too.
this way.
Okay, so I'm not a parasitic expert.
Mhm.
And you've obviously talked to Clegg's or whatever. So what is the reasoning behind we have a problem? Is it our humidity? What is it here that's just,
I'm
we don't
not
know.
sure, you know, why it's increasing countywide.
Okay.
They just, the number of cases that they handle has increased.
And how easily are they easily transmitted to other students quickly? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know a lot about lice, but I don't know really a lot about bed bugs. So
Yeah.
what is the transmission rate?
It's like, I mean, it's not hard for them to go student to student.
I know lice is a little harder to go student to student.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't jump and run and skitter everywhere.
Yeah.
But do bed
You
bugs?
sound like a parasitic expert to me.
From what I
Those
do
are
know
some
about it and
scientific
read about
terms
it,
That's right.
yeah, it's not that hard.
It's not that hard for bed bugs.
If you're right, if you're physical contact, or if a book bag is hanging beside another book bag, it doesn't sound like it's very hard to be transmitted.
I mean, really, the alternative policy is that we leave in place what we have, but we're no longer, as a district, going to be having people's houses cleaned for bed bugs because we can't afford to clean everybody's houses for them, or spray everybody's houses for them. So that means that the students really don't have a pathway back to school, which means the best way we could serve them is for them to be remote, which we know from COVID is not the best way to educate kids. But you're right, to Mr. Barger's point, that if they continue to come to school with bed bugs on their person, I mean, it does raise the level of danger for them to spread. So there's a hard choice here, policy-wise. This is a way that we can manage it and still allow the child to come to school on a regular basis. If we keep the policy we have, our experience has shown us that the folks that struggle with this typically do not have the money to get their house treated, which means it's a continuous problem. So the alternative is their kid will come to school with it on their person. We send them home, and there's really no way for them to be able to come back to school because it's going to be a constant problem, which means they're going to have to be served as a remote student, which we can do. We have a pathway for that now through the virtual program that we're working on. But for some students, but virtual is never going to be the best educational. It's not going to beat face-to-face teaching.
So if we keep coming to school with bed bugs, then we are potentially expanding the number of families who can't afford to have their houses cleaned.
Yeah, I'm thinking if we go from 2 to 3 cases a year, we're to 1 to 2 cases per month. And if we allow them to keep coming to school, then that 1 to 2 cases per month is going to really go up. Then you're exposing more families with more financial burdens.
There have been cases where they go and check, and they're told that the families have had this issue for 5 years. So it's my guess that we have students in our schools probably every day with bed bugs. It's just not always found, you know. That would really, I would say that's a fair statement, is that we have students every day in our schools with bed bugs, you know, but we only
But when we
hear
find them
about
now,
it
we send them home.
when they find them, right.
I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, like what you're saying, it's not
It
optimal
is.
for any
It's-
kid to
and
be at
There's
home.
not really a great solution either way, you know, we're just letting you know that, these are what we deal with, and it seems like other districts just have made the decision to deal with it, with the students at school.
Have our school nurses weighed in on this
Yes.
policy,
Yeah, they've been concerned about it.
about the policy change?
Yes, they were involved in the rewriting of the policy. Ms. Lucas and Ms. Quinn.
They collaborated with Mr. Smith.
Right.
So they're a fan of this.
Not necessarily.
They
It's just the alternative is we don't know a way to get the students back in school.
All right, so we have 13,000 students in our district. Probably more than that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
How many students are being sent home with bed bugs?
Like I said, we had around 7 cases last year in the last 5 months of the school year, documented. Like I said, we keep an active spreadsheet of every time we get that call.
And they were all elementary school.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we had 7 in the last 6 months of the school year, you said, the last half?
That's half, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, so we'll double it. So we have 14 cases throughout the whole year.
okay.
Because of 14 students, we're putting 13,000 students at risk.
I think they're at risk every day anyway, but.
But we're increasing.
But I know what you're saying, but out of those 14, I don't know if any of them would have got back into school without our help. So it's.
I'm not ready to move on this.
Okay, so people are obviously watching live. So I have contacts who manage properties, you know, because we live in a resort area, and they said that I'm just going to weigh in. Bed bugs are transferred very easily and hard to get rid of. So you're exposing multiple families at this point if we change the policy. But I mean, to your point, it's back to that point, but
So the only pathway for a student to come back to school, if they can't afford the treatments at home, is to allow them to keep coming and hoping it doesn't turn into a school-wide outbreak. Because we've had schools that have had issues in the past, where it becomes a building issue, not a single student issue.
And then we have to treat the whole building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
and
we're,
what-
we're already having that problem. I don't want to compound that problem.
The heat treatments are very expensive. You're definitely, just for one area, you're in the $5,000 per treatment range.
Yeah, I mean, all of our students matter. Like, I'm not saying that the 14 students who have bed bugs don't matter. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm worried about increasing the risk to other students.
right. I mean, same. I feel the same. I don't want to.
And
Send any
I
kid
would not
home
argue that point at all.
I want to bring them back. I just don't want to bring them back, increasing the risk for everybody else.
So at what point does it become a public health issue? When the whole school's infected and we have to shut it down? I mean, I'm having a problem understanding the indifference of the Brunswick County Health Department in this. I mean, they have a duty to be concerned and to weigh in on public health matters, and this sounds like a public health matter to me.
Yeah, we have a
I mean,
memorandum of understanding with
have
them.
we sufficiently pressed them to answer, you know, why they're not? I mean, in other words, have we put the question to them? So if we change this policy and we end up having to shut a school down, do you guys become interested in this matter at that point? Have we just got to let it blow up before we're going to get some help out of you? I mean, have we put it to them in those terms?
No, I've not put that
I
kind
mean,
of pressure on them.
I'm just wondering if
But we
that's
did.
what we have
Bring
to
them to a
do.
committee meeting. We'll ask them those questions.
Yeah.
We did, you know, in the cases last year, when they increased, we did contact them, email them, and ask them if they could offer us some assistance. And no, we did not get any.
Yeah. Well,
Well, and I think they would probably say that it's a quandary because they don't have the budget to spray everybody's houses for them either.
What would be the
and it's-
budget cost to us if we had to, like you said, treat a school or treat a pod or treat a whole grade level or
It runs the
a
heat
wing?
treat-
Or, yeah.
We try the liquid treatments first, and if it's just a bus and a room, it can be as little as $800. But if we feel like, hey, we bring dogs in after they got, you know, sniffing dogs that can detect this, and we've done that in cases after to see if they're still around, any signs of them. If they are, then we say, well, we probably have to go do a heat treatment, and that's usually in excess of at least $5,000. And, you know, they come in on the weekends, we shut everything down, and you have to remove stuff from the walls, put everything up. It's a process.
And
Or
how
it would be cheaper for us to help treat somebody's home than to treat a school.
yeah.
That's what we've dealt with in
Well, and
the
that's what
past.
we've been doing.
But
the
as the
cases are
cases have
so big now.
increased,
Yeah.
that's starting to get in the money too.
And technically, that's not our responsibility.
No, I get it, but if we keep letting them come to school, it becomes our responsibility when other students are being
We
affected.
weighed the
families are
cost of
impacted.
doing that versus the cost of treating the schools. And at that time, with fewer cases, that was better to do and get the students back in school. But as the cases have increased, we started talking about it and saying, this is becoming expensive and a problem.
I just feel like there's going to be families who are going to be super upset if we make this policy. It's going to impact everybody because now you're like, You know,
Oh, yeah, that's
Who's-
something nobody wants to deal with, of course, 'cause
Can I make, I may make a recommendation that we table this, we continue with our current policy for the time being, and I'd like, you know, for us to do a little bit more homework
we could definitely set up a
On
meeting with
what?
the county and discuss options.
with, yeah, like, let's get a meeting at Ops, get somebody from the health department over there to, you know, explain to us, you know, how is this not a public health issue?
and you feel like you've talked, you know, pretty in depth with, you know, the pest control people around the county. I mean, like Cleggs or man, whoever does all this.
Yeah, Flex does for us.
But they are a county-wide contractor?
Yes, they do all our schools. And they do our termites treatments and any work that's done with the bed bugs. They do, that's separate, not in their contract. So it costs us extra every time they go out and do those.
So you're saying like when Cleggs, when you made that comment that they go out and they can't treat because the area has not been prepared, that means there's stuff all over the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
People have not cleaned or put away items in their own
Very
homes.
harsh conditions have been described in a lot of these cases.
Okay.
And
So
this
that's
is when
why
we
they
were paying
can't
for the
treat.
treatment.
Correct.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We were paying for the treatment,
Right,
but they couldn't do the treatment we paid for because the house wasn't prepared by the homeowner.
right, right.
Some cases, it took them several visits. You know, even though the child is not in school.
Right.
And we're letting them know, you've got to get this done before he can return to school.
And were we having to
Still
pay
was
Cleggs
very
every
hard to
time
get
they
done.
went out to, was that a service fee every time they went out, but it
No,
wasn't?
fortunately, they
They
worked
just
with us.
waived that, okay.
Right. They
Well,
work very well with
I
us.
mean,
How
I
was
think
Mr.
there's
Gainey?
some leverage that we can use in regard to truancy laws.
Mhm.
I mean, if you're not getting your kid in school, you're violating some truancy laws there, and if it means you gotta clean your house up to get your child in school, then, you know, that's not
Yeah.
asking a whole lot. But we gotta get the appropriate departments in the county to assist us in that, if in fact that's a viable way to leverage some, you know, what sounds like some needed encouragement to get things a little more ship-shape at home. But anyway, I just feel like we should table this for another day, and in the meantime, maybe we can, like I say, at Ops, we can try to, you know, get some folks over there that can help us figure out, is this not a public health issue?
Yeah.
And can we not expect some assistance from the public health experts
We
in this
call,
county?
Kathy Lynch, see if her representative will come and meet with us and go through.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright, table.
I would feel better doing that too and tabling it today.
Yeah, and that might just be a committee meeting thing, so the whole board can be present for that. And I would even have Cleggs come, they're the expert in exterminating these
Right,
things. So
right.
we can ask our questions to the pest control
And
people
the
and
health department,
Yeah.
whoever else we need
Yeah.
to
They could
question.
kind of tell you the conditions that come across.
Let's arrange that for the next committee meeting.
Yep,
All right.
okay,
Alright,
Thank you.
thank you.
you got that?
Right, so that concludes the Curriculum Policy Committee, and I think up next is Mr. Gainey with Operations.
Where'd Larry go?
He's getting some water.
He has to get some water.
He wasn't
Okay.
prepared to
He's
talk,
fanning
he wasn't
himself.
prepared to talk as much as he was.
Yeah.
No. All right. Operations, we have the softball dugout contract. So we came across the issue a couple years ago about the sight lines at the softball field at South Middle.
South High.
Like if you're sitting in the bleachers behind to the
Yeah.
sides of home plate.
South Brunswick High School, not middle.
I'm sorry, I said middle school, yes. High school. You know, you don't have good views of the entire field. And we tried to solve that problem with heightened bleachers, elevated bleachers, but we still didn't have clear sight lines because of the dugouts and the height of the dugouts and the position of the dugouts at the field. So that kind of passed through last year because it got too late to do anything, because that has to be designed, and then we found out that the light poles were in the way, and the electrical panels and electrical stuff had to be moved to get the dugouts further back and replace those dugouts. So we bid this out. We got 2 bids. We rebid it. and again got 2 bids. The low bid was ATD at $456,000. About half of that is moving the light poles and the electrical panels. At Mr. Gainey's request, we looked in to see if Duke Power could assist us in any way, but we ran into hurdles because it was going to be our warranty would be voided if we tried to really use anyone else. And they basically recommended the same company that the subcontractor was going to be used in this, so wasn't able to save any money with the electrical. So we're asking to get this done, of course, before next season, because we know the teams are very good there. There's going to be a lot of people there, and to get this work done before then, we'd like to ask as a consent item. I'm sorry. It was listed as an action item so that we could go ahead. I'm sorry. To go as fast as possible, because every month counts, to approve this contract to get the dugouts done.
Yeah, we need to get this approved because we don't want to run into a press box issue like we did for baseball this year with some other schools.
Right. We went from that, every week counts.
Yeah, so this is time sensitive.
Yep.
So I'm gonna make a motion to approve it, and I just want to add that Mr. Gainey and I did some background work with some local contractors as well for the fidelity of these bids, and everything that we came back with was, even though it seems like a crazy high number, this is the going rate for block work these days.
Yeah.
So,
Seems
motion
like
to
a lot
approve.
for 2 dugouts, but with the like I said, half of it is electrical work.
Yep.
And anything that has anything to do with an athletic light is expensive. For whatever reason, that's just very specialized work.
Yeah.
But we've already beat this one to death, so motion to approve.
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving right along.
All right, second, I think the word is out that we want to build some new schools. And we're requesting to also speed up that process, that we go ahead and improve the means of the construction delivery method to be construction manager at risk delivery method, so that we can take that to the county and go ahead and get that approved and save another month. So this is just the means that we would do it. It's not picking anyone yet.
Right, but they have to approve that.
Correct.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and lastly, back in 1998, there was a petroleum underground storage tank removed at Union. And Craig has monitored this for years and years. And basically, we need to do a deed restriction to allow for the closing of the site. He got a letter from DEQ, and basically they've allowed him to do a NFA, which is no further action needed. And Craig, you want any comments to that?
Well, we've monitored we've had a consultant.
Craig, could you step
It's a low priority site. There is some off-site contamination of plume. It's undeveloped property across the road. The county has a water line running along the road. Any future development will be required to hook up to that municipal system, and that's standard operating procedure for the county. And the no further action basically allows us just not to do additional work there. And it is what it is. There is pollution in the ground, but it will slowly degrade.
And this is an information item. It would go before our lawyer, our attorney, and then they would draw it up, and then you guys would approve it.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
motion to, oh, this is just an information.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, great.
Just to make you aware of what we're doing
Yeah.
when you see it.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Motion to close?
Motion.
No, I made the
Oh, you
motion.
know, also you asking. Okay, second.
Are we done with the agenda?
We're done.
You don't have any?
We're finished.
Okay, no budget
Aye.
stuff?
We're going to, we're going to close.
Huh?
All in favor, say aye.
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 All in favor, say aye.
Do you want this
Motion by Ms. Moffett, second by Mr. Gainey, all in favor say aye.
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 Got it?
Thank you.
I didn't forget minutes or anything, did I?
No,
No minutes.
we got it. I'm late for a phone call with Adam, so.
Okay.